Late March 2025 with the Lovelocks of Sunninghill. Rough cut photo trails. Yes, they will be rough cut. I'll start with the standard introduction, but today's a special day. It's the 1st of April, so the spaghetti is ready to be harvested. This is Robin's Corner here, and where we live at 22 Armitage Court in Sunninghill. Warning signs about fierce guard cats. The spot where GPS was tested in the late 1980s, it was, down at this spot here. Yes, with a bit of garden sculpture. June got Robin several birthdays ago. Yeah, there's spaghetti in other places as well. Right, just up here. These are graphs that have taken that to quite well onto oak tree. This is the robot boat, Snoopy's robot boat. No work done on that recently. There's Snoopy the Viking. There's June's car with promotion of the website gpss.co.uk. And if you look at that homepage today, 1st of April, you'll probably see the spaghetti tree stuff. If not, it'll be linked up onto a cartoons page. Yes, that was a business decades ago, but these days it's hobbies like the robot boat and charitable causes. And some of you would have seen all this down before. The guard cats accommodation, fierce guard cats, but also armed mice. Yeah, there are signs for those as well. And of course, all these signs you see are just jokes, because people will say, "Oh, you daren't say that, Robin." Yeah, so before we go into the house, I have to read out the warning signs. By the way, that's a new lot of peanuts that arrived and delivered by our neighbour yesterday. Went to the wrong address. Yeah, peanuts at the front and the feeder. Yes, that was topped up only yesterday. And another camera down there. Yeah, there's cameras everywhere. So I have to read out these warning signs now. CCTV, hidden TV cameras inside and outside this house. Sound and video is monitored in local houses and elsewhere. And of course, I have to emphasise these are just jokes. No trespassing. Violators will be shot. Survivors will be shot again. This looks more authentic if you have the guard cats in the pictures, but they're probably hiding at the moment. Yeah, there's one of the many cameras. This may be one of the most important signs. My study is through there. Do not disturbed. I'm disturbed enough already. But this sign is the most important, because it's not just cameras you have to worry about. Well, no need to worry about it. Home of mad ex-NATO scientist Robin Lovelock. Beware of web cameras and water squirters. Loaded with water, paint, acid, DNA tracer or nerve agent. Robin would not be mad enough to test these. Or would he? Just a joke. Right, I think it's safe to go into the house now. By the way, yes, anybody who wants a visiting card, they can easily find the website. And of course the contact details that haven't changed for years. So I'll go into the lounge and Robin's naughty corner, where I tend to relax, have a bite to eat if I'm eating here, look at the closed circuit TV, either live or checking it. Now what's on the screen at the moment is part of the front page of my website, which has been around from 1995, I think it was, or even earlier. Tuesday 1st of April 2025, and our spaghetti tree is in flower again. Pictures, but the videos may be more important, and particularly that one, which was the panorama broadcast in 1957. I might give you a glimpse of it just for the first few seconds, but so you get the message. If it was on the BBC, it must be true. Oh, I better play it. Press the play button. I think the commentary was by one of the Dimbleby brothers.
It isn't only in Britain that spring this year has taken everyone by surprise. Here, in the Ticino, on the borders of Switzerland and Italy, the slopes...
Now, in fact, where we got the seeds for the spaghetti tree was on a spin-off from a NATO mission back in 1976, I think. I had a business trip to Montevenda in the north of Italy to a nuclear bunker. It's all unclassified now, and we decided to make a week's holiday of it. All the details are on the website. But anyhow, the key thing is these photo trails. Oh, I better point that out. That is actually the spaghetti tree, the original spaghetti tree that came up. Now, at a glance, there it is, good substantial tree, and that was planted in whenever it was. Yeah, it was the late 70s. So, yeah, I've got to be careful I don't trip over all right. There's loads of work going on here, and most of these photo trails are recording the details, including Robin's mistakes of trying to stop the leaks in our pond, and right now that's been dropped, but the process is, as you'll see in the photo trails, repeatedly siphoning the water out and looking for where water might be getting out. That green line is where I sprayed, where it above where it drops to within 2 hours. Typically drops about 2 inches in 2 hours. Right, lots of detail there, all boring, but quite important for those who might be able to help us. So what I'm going to do now is run into those photo trails, and they'll be long and boring, and then there'll be material at the end. So let's go into those photo trails now. Wednesday the 12th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photo shot that day. Yes, the most significant thing was the production of the spring 2025 video, about 2 weeks worth of photos. And of course work on the pond, deciding where's the water likely to be coming out. Yeah, it looked as though that was a suspect spot. Oh, he says, I've forgotten. Yes, there was a meeting in the library of the PCSO police meeting. Oh, it was a bit late, but went to that and then had a cup of coffee and a croissant on the way back in the sun. Checked the tracker. Yes, anybody could see where Robin was, and including in the Sun Cafe and back home, just here. So what else? Yes, of course, work on the pond has been going on every day in the background. Yeah, hard work, and so, and put the peanuts out at the back end of the day, and yes, photographs when June and Michelle went into the bandsaws when I was elsewhere in the village. And yeah, watching tennis. June's rustled up some food. I take it into the naughty corner in the lounge. And yes, I see Toadie not picked up by the Ring camera. He's obviously stealthy. And they decided to watch that rubbish on the TV. And yes, getting late. So yes, I'll go down to the Comrades Club, enjoy my time there for a little while before coming back. And yes, ladies watching that. June's watching the tennis, so turn on because I'll have to get up in the middle of the night. And yes, because by then the video would have processed. And no, very pleased. Yeah, job done. Very surprising as well. So that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos in the order shot. And yes, the pond, yeah, it looks like about 3 inches low. Yes, you can see there where it overflows when it's full, and that looks a suspect spot under the bridge, difficult to get to, and I had worked on that I think the day before. So siphon water out of the pond, get it as low as I can easily. Yeah, come to that too. Yeah, oh dear,
3:30, and I should be down at that meeting in the village, in the library. So go down through the village, doesn't take very long to take a snap or two, into the library, and yeah, small meeting, yeah, interesting as always. And then out, went into the Sun Cafe, had a cup of coffee because I hadn't had time to have any proper breakfast, and then walking back to 22 Armitage Court, yeah, Snoopy the Viking, and into the house, yeah, 4:15 in the afternoon. Checked the tracker, anybody could see where Robin was. Yeah, that was a trip to the village and back, and there I was going into the library, and then into the Sun Cafe, before getting back home at 22 Armitage Court, just here. Yeah, so that's where I'm working on the pond, trying to get to it from both sides. I had put stuff in there. That stone seemed to have moved, which of course didn't help. So I thought, well, do a little bit more on it. And it's always the same. You see where it looks as though it's coming out, put a bit of cement there, and then test it. And of course sometimes you've got to put stones there as well. So it looks like the tap's on now, fine. Yeah, temperature's quite mild still, again quite important. Couldn't really easily do this if it was freezing. Yeah, hard work. So the pond's filling up. That normally takes about 3 hours. If we're lucky, it'll make some improvement on it. Eventually it might fix it when the last leak is fixed. Peanuts out at the back end of the day, including in the front porch. And what else? Yeah, very untidy games room. Sometime we'll get round to that. Oh yes, June sent me a couple of photos of Michelle with Romeo. That was earlier in the day. So June's rustled up some food. They're watching tennis in the kitchen. So I take it into the naughty corner in the lounge. And yeah, I see Toadie live on the TV, close to the TV, so I thought, that ring camera, did that catch him? So I looked on it, and sure enough, the last event it caught was me walking out there. So that, even though I walked right past it, it's not sensitive to pick up that pussycat. Yes, boring stuff they're watching. I don't know, they said the name of it. It was sort of, I don't know, set in the Pacific. Taken with the torch, so not very good, but some photos of the pond at that stage. Looks like I'm turning the tap off. And yes, ladies watching the same programme. I think that was set in the Pacific. Yeah, 8:05 in the evening. So taking a walk down to the village. Full moon. And that always reminds you to ring certain people, certain friends. Yeah, into the Comrades Club and out, and back home. This lady. Quarter past 9. Yeah. Ponds. Yeah, photos don't come out very well, but basically it has dropped. No surprise. June's watching tennis now, so time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Well, not quite, because of course I got up at 4:10 in the morning to check the video, and it had uploaded, so I changed the description appropriately, so that was good. Yes, that is the end of the photo trail. Thursday the 13th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photo shot that day. Yes, that's Lady Michelle's pussycat. Yes, of course, work on the pond had to be done. A little bit more of that, which is looking around for where water might be coming out, and check in after filling, and yes, water still coming under the fence into Kevin and Dawn's side. yeah, so coming up to 12, yeah, a lot of other things happening, but yeah, Richard come round. It turns Stuart can get his car started, so Richard drove, and yeah, into the Cricketers at Bagshot. Yeah, enjoyed meals and conversation, which continued into the afternoon. Back home into Sunninghill, I'd pop in briefly, yeah, check the tracker. Yes, anybody could see where we were, including the Cricketers. And yes, and then back home past the Windmill pub, and just here. And then it's over to Richard and Faye's for coffee. And yeah, so that was that. Yeah, had a bit of a doze, not for very long. Woke up. Yes, food ready, so took that into the naughty corner in the lounge. Oh yes, printed out the graph of total deaths from the Office of National Statistics. Have the job every week. And coming up to 9 o'clock, so stretch my legs down to the Comrades Club. And time with Adriano. Yeah, he took that picture. And yeah, back home. And yes, they're watching some film or other with Lady. Time for bed. So that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos in the order that we shot. First, keeping a record. Yeah, there's the water level, looked like a couple of inches down. And 11. Yeah, temperature well above freezing. And so looking around for places, and that looks the suspect place at the moment, under the near side part of the bridge. So looking very difficult to get to that spot. So looking around where water might be seeping out, and yes, one can always look back at these pictures in slower time. Coming up to 10 to 12, so that won't be far off when we're going for pub lunch. Turn the tap off, and yes, the tap's off, no water going into the pond. Yeah, a few snaps around there. Yes, there's a little bit of dampness there coming out. It's all about working out what the path is of it to fix the significant things. Under that bridge still looks suspect, and that's the bottom. Well, that's the lower pond, the second pond. Yes, so yeah, popping around next door. Yes, water coming under the fence still, so not fixed yet. Right, so yes, there's Snoopy's robot boat. No chance to do any work on that for months. And coming up to 5 to 12, so soon be time for guys to rendezvous to go off for pub lunch. And yeah, I can see Richard on the closed circuit TV coming down and in. So Richard came in for a few minutes, and of course turns out, so the answer was Richard and Faye's vehicle, and Faye came with us so she could drive the car away afterwards. Went into the Cricketers. Yeah, out of caution, Richard booked the car in, but hopefully their system wouldn't fine him for a short visit. Could have been a taxi, couldn't it? Right, so that was lunch, and so leaving past the Windmill and home into Armitage Court, and I popped down just for a few minutes to see if there's any emails or anything that I ought to know about, warning that I might get a phone call. And yeah, check the tracker, only takes a minute or two. Yes, there we go. Oh look, Robin's spending time at the Cricketers. Oh yeah, on their way back home, past the Windmill, back to Armitage Court, and back home. Just here. So to 2 o'clock, and yeah, just check the pond. It's, yeah, making note of those things in the diary only takes a moment. Then up to Richard and Faye's, that was only about 5 minutes. And a coffee, then back. Yeah, looks like they're watching tennis. Yeah, that was my little trip. Yeah, just across the road, back home, just here. Right, 6 o'clock in the evening, listen to the Radio 4 News, and probably had a bit of a doze. It had been a hard day. Yeah, I woke up and yeah, put the peanuts up, both at the back and at the front, and in the container with the peanuts in, back in the usual place. Oh yes, that test of a servo. Yeah, June's rustled up evening dinner, so take that into the naughty corner. Yeah, they're quite nice prawns. Yes, that printout of total deaths from the Office of National Statistics started with COVID, but it's a very useful indicator. 12 years since they realised they had a COVID problem. Yeah, full moon. Apparently there was an eclipse, but that was in the early hours and only partial where we were. Into the Comrades Club, yeah, as Adriano. And there's a picture which came through after I got back at the end. And yes, there's Lady while they're watching whatever it is. And yes, put the tracker on charge, time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. And then of course the picture came through from Adriano later. Friday the 14th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photo shot that day. Yes, that's Lady Michelle's pussycat relaxing at the back end of the day. Yeah, and of course most of the activity was related to the pond and checking the water level and trying to work out where it's likely to be coming out. Of course there might be more than one place, and seeing, it's still getting through under the fence next door. And there's Lady checking what I was doing. Yeah, it was hard work. And one activity was recording sound as a test on a USB stick to give to the Comrades Club, so they can check out the process of getting the sound from me. That's for the party. Yeah, lunch and walk down to the village. A few places, into the Comrades Club again, spend a little bit of time there. Check the tracker, anybody could see where I was. Yes, well, I've been spending time in the Comrades Club, bit unusual that. And then back home, work on the pond of course, and yeah, some of these things, waiting for it through. Oh, there's Toadie prowling around, and yeah, listening to the Radio 4 News, getting the back end of the day, they're watching tennis, and then at the film, I think it was, what was it, The Princess and the Frog Disney film. Yeah, I had a light lunch or dinner. Into the Comrades Club, yeah, some good time there. Back home, into the house, past the flatulent fairy, and yes, there's Lady with Michelle watching TV. So that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos in the order shot. And of course there's a load of other things happened that day before I took any photos, and most of these photos are self-explanatory, working on the pond and looking at where water might be coming out, but a bit later I'll say about those other things that happened, and partly because I have a problem with the, yeah, that looks like a likely suspect spot. Yes, one of the problems I have is the synchronisation of the sound is just of a different scale than the photo trail. And a very rough workaround is to make sure the sync is about right at the beginning, and then cut the audio track and shift it so that it matches at the end. So the bit in the middle, there'll be a gap. And yeah, so it's the same old routine, checking the time and temperature there, nice and warm, 10 degrees centigrade. And yeah, so it's at this end of the bridge is the suspect area at the moment, but it's very difficult to see to get there. So I've just turned the tap off. You can see the no water going into the pond. And yes, there's the stick below the surface. So, well, now walking around the side of the pond, I can see that the ground is damp there, water's getting out. Probably down in that area, but you can't be sure. It's very difficult to see. Even when you drain the water out, it's still difficult to get down and see underneath there. Yeah, so it's dropping. Yeah, and water's coming through under the fence. So it's a very inaccessible route it takes under the patio slabs. So it's obviously coming from the pond, so that's why I'm intending to work from that end. It's like I'm out much further. I tried that bilge pump and that stopped working. Could just be the filters blocked, but what do you do? The answer is don't waste time. Here's Lady, decided to come out and patrol around and take the high ground, see what I'm up to. Hello, Lady. Right, I've dropped a fair bit, and so now I'm able to get into the pond sufficiently well to throw cement, the past centimetres of cement, yeah, hard work, into the area that's suspect, and then start filling again. And you're hoping that you might suddenly strike lucky, and it has happened several times in the past. Oh yes, that's recorded a test track of Paint It Black by the Stones, and a few words at the beginning and the end, just as a test file, a wave file. Put it on a USB stick, and I thought I'd drop that into the Comrades Club on the way down. Just give a brief note on it. Robin for test. Into the Blend and Brew. Enjoyed my brunch, or whatever you call it there. Yes, further down into the village, over the railway, and past a few landmarks like shops that have been there for years, coming back now. I think I went in to get some cash from the one stop. Into the Comrades Club, spent a bit of time there, then back home, and yes, there's Toadie greeting me. Well, we're probably at the area where the sink has gone, so I used the opportunity to mention a few other things, which is that earlier in the day I got a refund from the AA of all the money I'd paid out automatically for the car, which is waiting to have work done in the garage. That's my car C4 GPS, waiting for a gearbox job done. It's been the case for ages. And also, June had a problem with her car, which was diagnosed by the AA man. That was when she was at the tennis court and wanted to come home. And it was simply that the battery had gone flat due to the alternator not working. So he was able to get it up and running, and she got home. It was all a matter of, yes, you learn from these things. Like being prepared with one of those little car starter units, which, as it happened, she'd forgotten to make sure she had one in the car charged up ready. But we all make these mistakes. So, yeah, still wondering. Oh, right, where's June? Oh, yeah, she's at the Royal Ascot Tennis Club. Ah, got back, okay. That was probably another trip. Looked at the closed circuit TV. That was checking what time they'd left on the closed circuit TV. Yes, and both of them had gone. I wasn't sure whether it was just June or just, well, Samantha could have been. Anyhow, that shows them on their way back, and that's where they're coming to. So I go out and get a snap of them arriving in Samantha's car, because June is not confident about driving her car at the moment with the problems it's got. There's Toadie greeting us, or greeting the women. Yeah, the tracker caught up, showed them at home. And so, what else is going on? Yeah, 10 to 6 in the evening. Yeah, usual thing on the pond. Yeah, it's dropped, whatever that is, that looks like, from the photo, it looked about half an inch. Listen to the Radio 4 news on the radio, you get it succinctly. Had a bit of a doze, but only for a few minutes, and then thought, oh, I better put the peanuts out on the top bridge at the back. Yeah, untidy games room. They're watching tennis. And then, yeah, there's a lady, and now they're watching, I think that was the Princess and the Frog, a Walt Disney cartoon. So that's my snack for the evening meal. I eat that in the naughty corner with the comfortable furniture, and they're still watching that. So time to stretch my legs, get a bit of exercise, and spend some quality time in the Comrades Club. Somebody has to do it. Then walking back home, yes, full moon. That was, we'd had an eclipse in the middle of the night, partial eclipse. I hadn't bothered to get up to see that, of course. And Michelle's still watching something or other on the TV, so time for bed, and that's the end of the photo trail. Saturday the 15th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photos shot that day, including Toadie prowling around. Yes, of course, most of it is the work on the pond, but also the women were off playing tennis, and I had to check trackers and the closed circuit TV. And yeah, so that was a bright idea to work from the near end, but no, I didn't fix it. Still got water coming through the fence, and yeah, interrupted by robot boat stuff from west coast of the States. And June took me out to pick up some materials from Wicks. Yes, rapid setting cement, using Samantha's car, because her car's off the road at the moment. Yeah, they're watching tennis just for a change. And yeah, light snack in the middle of the day. And yes, water still coming in. There's Michelle's cat lady. So repeated exercise on the pond, peanuts out at the back end of the day. June's rustled up salmon and chips and peas by the look of it. I take that into the naughty corner, video WhatsApp chat with family, and June shows me how to access files off a USB stick on my smartphone. Yeah, decided to take a walk down to the village to stretch my legs into the Comrades Club, just for a change. Enjoyed my time there, back out, and home. Yeah, check the tracker. Anybody can see, Robin's in the Comrades Club. Oh, that's a bit unusual. Yeah, he got back home as well though. Yeah, so time for bed. So that's the end of the summary. So now all the photos in the order shot. Yes, June and Samantha were at tennis, but I wasn't sure who. So the tracker showed them on their way back, and because I wasn't sure whether Samantha was well enough for tennis. She was saying, oh, I can't do any work because I've got a bruised knee. Yeah, so that was the bright idea the day before, which is try and access where water might be getting out from the end of the pond, but of course it means ripping stuff out. Ah, looks like their women are back. Yes, both of them. Yes. There's June's tracker, that worked well. Yeah, untidy games room. No change there. Right, so what next? Yes, yeah, so all a question of how you get that material out. That was put in there several years ago. Not that long ago. Last year, I think those little tweaks. The wooden rafters and the slabs have been there a bit longer. It's wooden decking. So, where do you get a saw? The answer is down in the workshop area. And that's good, of course. We've now got the space to put things. Just a question is finding the time to put things there and throw away the stuff that isn't any good. So pick up the saw that looked as though it might be suitable. Use the opportunity, of course, to take snaps when the sun came out. There's the sundial, seems to be working. Both the one off the shelf and also the one being made there. Not that accurate, but that's how you check it out. Right, so got the saw, so decided it wasn't that easy with that saw. Bit too much like hard work. And as somebody had left the door open on the shed down the end, and that's where the chainsaw was. So made sure the door was shut afterwards. Not worried about stuff being stolen, worrying about animals getting in. Cats will go. Yeah, so that did the job. But he says probably put things back in the right place. So the extension lead goes there and the chainsaw goes there in the shed. And yeah, so now for the moment those bits can be put in that basket of bits of wood to be burnt. Yeah, so yeah, looked at the temperatures. Yeah, 9 degrees, so nice and mild, relatively speaking. Had something to kneel on. I used that cushion because it is quite hard work. And looking in there, trying to see, still not easy to see where problems might be there. Didn't know until, of course, I looked in there. So, what do you do next? Looking around everywhere. Oh, there's Lady decided to come out and check what I was doing. Lady's Michelle's pussycat. Hello, Lady. Right, I've just turned the tap on, so it looks like I'm filling the pond now to see if I can see where water's coming out. There's the indicator. It looked as though it was about, could have been 2 or 3 inches low, which is what it dropped down to. So hopefully we can see, given it a reasonable amount of time, where water might be getting out. That's the repeated process. Right, I've turned the tap off, yes, no water coming out of the hose. So looking around now, where, yeah, that's damp. That's one, there's probably multiple paths of water getting out of the pond. And, but you're looking around for places, yeah, that looked a bit suspicious. Water level, about the level where there is something, look, it might get out there. Yeah, put a few drops of milk in. I thought that might help, be drawn to where the water's going out, but it didn't seem to. But it was worth a try. Batty says, yes, make sure you put the stuff back in the right place, or you'll get into a lot of trouble if it doesn't go, the milk go back in the fridge. That's I'm putting a commentary on the video for the day before, like I am for this one. And right, what's next? Same old thing, looking around at water levels. Yes, it's dropped down a little there. But you can't see by that picture of the watch. It's not that accurate, but this is it. By doing a number of checks through the air. Right, there's water coming out still. Yes, it's definitely coming out from there. And that looks suspect, and then that's also suspect under there. Difficult to get to. And that damp. Now go round to Dawn and Kevin's, look over their fence. Yes, there's water coming under the fence. So easily done to check. And there's Toady. Looks as though he's decided to have a drink from the pond. Yes. Hello, Toady. Yes. Hard work, isn't it? Yeah, that definitely looks suspect. Places where at the right level is where water gets up to that level and then it's getting out. So siphon the pond low so I can actually get inside. So the siphon's running now. That normally only takes a quarter of an hour. That was 1:15. Oh yes, emails from the Microtransat forum, and the guy on the west coast of the States was giving details about his little electrically powered robot boat. So exchange of messages on that. Right, looking around. Yeah, there's the water coming down the garden into the reservoir for the bog garden area. Well, you might call it a third pond, barely. Primroses out. Yeah, all the flowers are madly coming out into flower now. And yeah, looking up from the second pond. And of course that creeper is flowering now. That climbs up really high. And more cementing wherever it looks suspect. Yeah, so pointing out the various spots, putting cement on. And of course one of the problems I have with these recordings is the scale of the recording from the recording stick isn't the same as the photo trail. I end up doing the best I can and making sure that the sync is okay at the beginning and at the end, and it might be a bit iffy in the middle. So often when I'm seconds early or late. So we're off to Knapp Hill to get some cement from Wicks. So just a few landmarks along the route. And past the Swinley, I think that was. No, the Surrey that was. Yeah, got the cement from Wicks. Lovely weather, of course. Back over the motorway. Past Longacres and along the A30, over the Berkshire boundary, past the Merristeed into Armitage Court, back home, and of course using Samantha's car because June's car's off the road at the moment. Right, coming up to 3:15 in the afternoon. Yes, the water's relatively low. So what's happening there? Just a few snaps in the very untidy games room. Oh, that's Bentley coming, have something to eat by the look of it. Yeah, watching tennis. 3:15. There's Toady. I had a snack of a bun and some cheese and not much more. Yeah, a bit of a dose, just for a few minutes. Woke up and 5:10 by the look of it. So take a look outside. Yeah, the water level there, tap turned off, so the pond's been filled up. And so then look around, see if any signs of water just outside the pond. Yeah, it looks a bit damp there on our side of the fence. So the snaps there got a record of what you could see at that time, just after it's been filled up. And that's around at Dawn and Kevin's. Yeah, look at that water coming under the fence still. No change there. Get back. There's lady on guard duty looking out the front window. Yeah, whenever you try to take a picture she moves. But coming up to 5 to 6, I think that is. And looks like, can't really tell there, but maybe an inch. Yes, and of course far more signs of the water. It gives it time to actually make its way. What are we going to do next? Take photos. You've got a record. Needs thought. Oh, that realised the correct way up for that bilge pump, and so that's worth knowing. So when we drain it next, it will be a case of putting it the right way up, which helps. Putting peanuts out at the front near the flatulent fairy. Put the container back in the games room in its usual place. June's watching tennis. Now they're both eating, and June's rustled up some salmon, so I take that into the lounge and into Robin's naughty corner, where I can relax in nice comfortable seating, eat and watch closed circuit TV. There's Toadie's come in as well. Family video WhatsApp chat, and June showed me how to access files off a USB stick. It's a bit of a struggle getting to hers, but the key thing is I didn't know where you had to go for the app, and it was tucked away. It's alright as soon as she pointed out where it was. So the so-called Samsung apps, and it worked, and also found there was a sound recorder. Might be a better solution than what I'm doing with these recording sticks. Right, looks like I'm thinking of taking a walk down to the village into the Comrades Club. So leave June watching tennis, and down the road, yes, the full moon, just past the full moon, and into the Comrades Club. Enjoyed my time there, including a game of pool and conversations. Back home, yes, she's still watching tennis. Check the tracker. Yes, anybody could see, oh, Robin's in the Comrades Club. Oh, looks like he's walking back home. Oh, he's got back home. So, yeah, just here. So she's still watching something and playing a game, whatever it is, nonogram or something like that. So time for bed. So Sunday the 16th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photos shot that day. Yes, there's Lady, her last day with us for a while, going back to Coventry with Michelle, and yeah, work on the pond. Boring stuff, of course, for most people, just the routine of putting cement where I can see suspect places where water might be seeping out, and then checking it again. Thought I might check out the Spot T2 spare tracker. That's the same type that's in Snoopy's robot boat. And yeah, they're getting ready to go, and so Samantha's going with them, but in fact June did all the driving. Yeah, so that Spot hadn't updated at that stage, even though I'd hoped it would. But it looks like sharing positions did work okay on Google. And yeah, Spot T2 tracker. I think I got one position from that. Of course, June had forgotten to charge up her pocket pal, as I call it, the white SOS tracker, so otherwise that would have worked well. Right, look, at the back end of the day, I decided to take a walk down to the Comrades Club. Forced myself. Enjoyed a little bit of time there, then back. And yeah, check. Anybody could see where I'd been. Yeah, Robin's in the Comrades Club. Bit unusual. Oh yeah, he came back home again. Back home to 22 Hobbit's Court, just there. yeah, put the tracker on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the summary. So now all the photos, starting with Lady, Michelle's pussycat, relaxing on the high ground, which is above the fence. And yeah, 5 to 10. And looks like I'm filling the pond probably to look for any other places. I'll probably put a bit of cement. And no, perhaps I'm checking where it's dropped. Yes, and I can see that looks a suspect spot, and that's another one. You see those kind of cracks where it might be seeping through and getting under the patio slabs and across under the fence, apart from other places, of course. Yeah, check the sundial while the sun was out. Yeah, not that accurate, but at least those give you a spot check at various times through the year. And yeah, there's the Bug Palace, and I was probably thinking of picking up some materials and thought better of it, but I thought, oh well, got a record there of the, yeah, I was thinking of some red paint, but that didn't seem to be working very well, and I thought, I can manage without it. That was really to help mark where the spots were that I was going to cement. So yeah, siphoning the pond now to drop the water level so I can actually get down inside to work on it, and whatever time that is. Yeah, look at all that wisteria. I think Michelle had been cutting that and left it there to trip over. So that's another little job for Samantha to do. We'll get her out of her room watching television. Right, there's that pump's working okay to pump last little bit of water, or most of the last little bit of water out. Matter of having it up the right way, isn't it, with the blue bit on the top. Yeah, so that definitely is a hole, and I'm pouring water, and yeah, so that's done its job well, so I can more safely get in with some rapid setting cement. And yeah, it's hard work, of course. And so basically cementing around, and then turn the tap on. See it coming out of the hose there, and that takes about 3 hours. So 20 to 12, yeah, so should be done roughly, whatever that is, add 3 hours. 20 to 3, is it? A bit before that, probably 2:30 it'll be full. Yeah, that's looking at the spot tracker and the time of the last update, and yeah, change it from June's car to the one they're using for the trip up to Coventry. So I just poked it in there on the sill. And there's Snoopy's robot boat. Yeah, it's been sat there for months now. No time to do any work on it. And yeah, back into the lounge. 1:05. Yeah, checking various things. Yeah, the Spot T2 tracker and June's tracker. No, that hadn't updated from the day before, so I had a bit of a doze, not for very long. Woke up, yeah, looking at the closed circuit TV. Yeah, so looking at the pond, how's it coming along? Oh, it's still got a few inches to do. Whatever that was. No surprise, really. Now it looks like they're getting ready to go up to Coventry with Michelle's stuff and loading up Samantha's car. Only room for the three of them, really. And Lady, of course, in her carry basket. Yeah, so after 2 o'clock. Yeah, that's not working. The white SOS tracker wasn't working, and Spot T2 wasn't working. We know the reasons for that, or at least the white SOS tracker was because June hadn't left it on charge overnight. Yeah, so yeah, speaking to, well, Michelle first of all, then the answer was share it on Google Maps. Yeah, turn the tap off, so then walk round, see if we can see any signs of water. Yeah, it looks a bit low on one of the routes. And yeah, tap is off. So, looking around, can't see anything obvious there. So, yeah, temperature's quite nicely. Was that 9 degrees centigrade? Yeah, so just make a note where the water level is. It's dropped, whatever that is, looks like a couple of inches. So, yeah, so yeah, and of course, if you give it longer, then it gets a chance to seep whatever route it takes, and it can be a very obscure route around the inner linings that have been put there for many years. 1981, I think that pond was built, or at least the first version of it, concrete. Right, that shows their position. Basically, on Samantha sharing her position. Checked on spot. Then there was a position from spot T2 as well. I think that was about the only position that came through, but it did, yeah, near Stratford and Avon it said. But the key thing is where it was on the map. So that was working, probably just needs a bit of tweaking. Yeah, there's the water level. It's gone down. Yeah. So looking at the spots, there could have been a problem. So turn the tap on. So look, I'm doing another check here. Yeah, 6:15. And you're listening to the Radio 4 News. And 6. Turn the tap off. Yes. So the pond is full for a little while before it drops, of course. I'll put the peanuts out. It's getting later in the day. Put it out too early, all the birds come and pinch them. Oh, they got back. And yep, there's no surprise, but what we expected from the occasional position report and Samantha saying. So what's next? Watching tennis on the television. Gosh, that's a surprise. Yes, make sure June's white SOS tracker is on charge. Food. Yeah, I decided to have some of that and some of the soup that was there. Yeah, looks like I need to get a bit of exercise and walk down to the village. So down to the village and into the Comrades Club. Spent some time there. Back home. Yeah, she's watching tennis still. That's a surprise. Yeah, check the tracker so anybody knows where I was. Oh, Robin's in the Comrades Club. And, oh, he's walking back home. Oh, he's got back home. Just here. So, put the tracker on charge. That's about it really. Time for bed. That's the end of the photo trail. Monday the 17th of March 2025, St Patrick's Day. Yes, I was given a hat. He insisted on me keeping it by Jed in the Comrades Club. But that was at the back end of the day. And most of the photo trail is the work on the pond, identifying suspect places for leaks, like that's at the bottom, and seeing that it's still leaking, water coming through next door. And yes, also, what's a good solution for that? I was looking for something about 5 inches high, and no, I couldn't get it in Long Acres. Tried wicks at Knapp Hill. Yeah, that was about the right size. So got back home, and yeah, they seem to be about right in terms of size and everything. Of course, loads of other stuff is not on the photo trail, but I might get a chance to mention that further through. And yeah, check the tracker, back end of the day. Yeah, I'd take myself for a little walk down to the Comrades Club. Yes, that's where Jed gave me that hat. And yeah, back home. And yeah, check the tracker. Anybody could see where Robin was, including getting back here. So that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos in the order shot. Yes, of course, started with the pond, topping it up. That was at about 11 o'clock. Other things had happened early in the morning. And but that's when I started taking the photos, keep a record of exactly what I was doing. Of course, also useful for anybody who takes over work like that, if anybody ever does. But yeah, so looking for something, well, that's, I thought, yeah, put something good solid cement on the base of that and put stuff back in the right place. That's ready to be thrown. Yeah, measured it 5 inches, that was in old measure. 1:45 in the afternoon. And yeah, checking the pond level and just showing you the general layout, all the junk. 2:10, and turn the tap off. Yes, because it was topped up, and then we're going to see what the result is. And it might take half an hour to an hour to really seep through, but the pond is now full and it's obviously dropping, and you can see dampness coming out on our side. So I think we're talking about of the order of a couple of inches or so in several hours, but you see the result within an hour. Yeah, look at that. That's a hole. Yeah, not sure what it is, but it looks suspect. So put a load of cement over that at the very least. There's Bentley decided to come in. Probably come in for a late lunch. Yes, it's definitely dropped. Probably, I don't know, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch. And yeah, I can see dampness on our side and where it's coming out there, which all reinforces the priority where you're looking for little gaps that still remain. Right, round to Dawn and Kevin's. Yes, there it's still coming under the fence. Nah, hasn't been fixed yet. That's a very good indicator, that. Oh yes, 2 things happened at the same time. That was the fishmonger from Southampton area, and Gary come to change the alternator on June's car. I didn't take any photos of them other than that snap. Carry on with the pond, and yeah, spot could still be improved. And of course, if it's stuff on that side, the near side, it looks like water's getting out and by whatever route and getting under the patio and going next door. So June's now taking me for a run out. I want to get some materials for doing a better job at this end of the pond since I'd ripped out the old stuff. Tried Longacres first of all. Yeah, Moray Gelati was open, but I couldn't find anything 5 inches high. Lots of stuff 6 inches high. So now off to Knapp Hill, past a few landmarks on the way. And as I might have said before, sometimes this stuff gets out of sync, and so right, that's the materials I bought. I had a good walk round Wicks and I thought that was the best I could do. So making our way back now. Yeah, one of the problems I have is that the process of getting this commentary onto a sound stick, the scale of the sound is different to the photo trail. I haven't found an easy way of stretching it. So I end up chopping it somewhere in the middle so at least it matches up at the front and the end. But can't spend all their time messing around on things like that. Right, that looks as though I'm checking how much the pond has come down. And yeah, getting the materials out of the car, and yeah, it was the right height. Yeah, finally thought, yeah, wouldn't be a bad idea to slap a bit of creosote on that. So getting dark, of course, so did that in the workshop area, where it's also sheltered from rain, not that we were expecting any. And yeah, so I'm using the torch now by that shadow in the middle. Turn the tap off, 10 to 7, and yeah, probably put some peanuts out and listen to Radio 4 News. Yeah, check the Spot T2 tracker, that's the spare one, and yeah, that seemed to be working as it should. Set to, I think it was every half an hour I'd set it to. It looked as though it might have been a day to settle down, but seems to be doing the job now. So that showed their trip to tennis and back. After some food, it was a walk down to the village. Forced myself to get some exercise and go into the Comrades Club. Lovely chat with Jed, that was. Really interesting guy, and yeah, insisted on me keeping that hat, so couldn't refuse. And checked the tracker when I got back. Yes, anybody could see how much time I spent in the Comrades Club if they were interested. Quite important if you're trying to rendezvous with somebody. Right, back home. Just here. 22 Armitage Court. Put the tracker on charge. Yes. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Tuesday the 18th of March 2025. Starting with a summary of the photos shot. Yes, Bentley and Toadie relaxing. Those are the probably most important pictures, certainly the most interesting. It was mostly related to the pond, which is recognising where it's likely to have water coming out. There was a bit of rebuilding as well. That was good progress at the near end of the bridge. And yeah, water's still coming out next door. Good test of that. But case of repeating it. Yeah, the women had played tennis, just for a change, and watching tennis then. And Samantha rustled up, scrambled egg on toast for Daddy for the first time. Yeah, put the peanuts out at the back end of the day. Women are watching tennis on the TV. And yeah, there's a glimpse of the hedgehog on the Ring camera. And yes, the other Swan cameras showed it as well. And yeah, time to have a snack in the evening. And then down to the Comrades Club. And back home. And yeah, check the tracker. Didn't seem to be working, but not to worry, put it back on charge. And that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos in the order shot. Basically, lovely clear day again, and looking out places. Yeah, that looks suspicious, which that whatever it is down the bottom. So that's something to be patched, and also round the inlet from the roof water. And yeah, usual materials, and the bilge pump to pump out the last ½ inch or so, and obviously siphoning done to begin with. And yeah, a few snaps around the garden while the sun was out. Yes, making a note of the sundial at various times. Not as accurate as one would hope, but then you've got to do these checks through the year. Maybe the geometry isn't exactly right, or whatever. Yeah, so that is siphoning the water out, and yeah, it's a repeated process. Oh yeah, Gunnerer Manticata looks as though it might be starting to sprout. I just saw it going down the end of the garden, yes, including the garden sculpture by the PIR lamp. Water flowing down into the so-called third pond or reservoir for the bulb garden. Of course, everything coming into flower, the daffodils, primroses, and of course, because of the problem I've got with syncing the sound, the scale of the sound isn't the same as the scale of the videos, and I haven't found a workaround other than just making sure it seems to be about right at the front and the end, by chopping the sound in the middle somewhere, or perhaps more than once. Yeah, a few more snaps taken round the garden, and yeah, so that's not working. So I resorted to having to bail out. Yeah, very hard work, climbing in there and then using that bin, and that definitely looks suspect, but then who's to know? Might just be the way the stuff is set. You got some very obscure paths possible for the water coming from a crack and making its way out through the various layers. That looks as I've just turned the tap on again, whatever that is. Could that be 8:45? Seemed like I probably misread the clock. There's Toadie relaxing. Yes, in Robin's naughty corner in the lounge. 25 to 12 there. Yeah, I must have misread that time earlier. Oh, June's taking stuff away to put down the end. I only caught that. That's the work she should have got Samantha to do, which is throwing away the cat litter from Michelle's stay with Lady. Yeah, there's Samantha doing something much more important, which apparently was related to online stuff for the tennis club. Good that she spends time at the tennis club. It's all a matter of priorities for her time. Right, 20 to 12 midday, and checking trackers by the look of it. Right, that's June's tracker, and yeah, that's what you'd expect. And what else? Yeah, a few snaps out the front, including Snoopy's robot boat. And right, I think they're going off shopping, I think, if I remember rightly. Yes, a few snaps there, like the garden sculpture that June got Robin for a birthday present several years ago now. And that's them setting off. And yes, that's working quite well. So, lots of useful reasons of tracking. And there's Toadie sleeping. I suppose he might have had a hectic night prowling around. Right, so back out, 10 to 12, and temperature nice and high up, nudging 10 degrees centigrade, I think. Yeah, so I'm now thinking about the best way of doing the job. I got the materials the day before, I think, which 5 inches high was the magic thing. Then go to the right place to find a spirit level. That's the workshop area. So a few snaps just to remind you that got a good area there, all prepared, ready for other stuff to be put there, tidied away, so people can easily find whatever they're looking for, mostly tools. Right, so now using the spirit level to get the level right, horizontal of course, and it looks like I needed to remove and get a hammer and chisel from the workshop area. Don't think I needed the chisel really. And yes, I was probably saying make sure you put things back in the right place. Right, so now cementing, the fast acting cement, sprinkling water on it, and again adjusting it to make sure the level, fingers crossed. I thought, I might as well sprinkle a few stones on the top of that surface. And yeah, and then that's where the material came from, around the side of the house. So a length of that. Yeah, he's thinking about that. Oh yes, who cut that wild fennel brought back from Sicily? I found out today that was June cut it, because she said, oh, it was dead, that bit. Anyhow, yeah, having to relax, listen to the Radio 4 news. Yeah, that's, oh, they're shopping. Yes, that was it. They went off to do the big shop at Martin's Heron. So, looks like they're probably on their way back. Yes, they're on their way back along the A329, is it? From Bracknell into Ascot towards Sunninghill. 1:15 in the afternoon. Yeah, check the levels. It looks like about an inch or so that it's dropped. And yes. Yeah, so just getting the last bit of wood and everything in the right place now before we put the slab on it. And yeah, look, kicked it into place. I think my solution on that, well, did the job. So they're definitely on their way home. There's Toadie watching out the window at them arriving. So let Samantha unload the car, help June with the shopping. Good, she went there. Yes. Right, 1:25 in the afternoon. And yeah, so I'd have to check whether, here's Toadie coming out to peruse what was going on, mostly to relax, I think. 1:45 in the afternoon. Turn the tap off. Yes, I've been topping up the pond. So yes, and sure enough, that shows it full. The little stick that I've got there with a bit of white Tipex on the end. And so looking around, yes, the hose is definitely off. Yes, it looks damp around the side of the pond. And yeah, looking underneath so you can see anything obvious. There's nothing obvious yet. That's the problem. It's not always obvious where the water's getting out. Oh, yeah, that's work to be done, which is to put the beware of the mice, because that's a little place mice might hide away from pussycats or escape from pussycats. Looks like June's relaxing, getting a bit of sun, and put that in the right place. That's wood I didn't end up using that we'd got. I thought I'd use it for that. I ended up putting it around the side of the house with the other wood. There's Bentley troll around. Yes. Yes, hello Bentley. Yeah, just there's the sun title. It looks like it says 2 o'clock-ish. Well, it's about 2 o'clock-ish. Right. Used the workshop area in the vise. Saw a bit of wood. I did eventually find a bit of what I was looking for, a bit of 2x1, and then of course I managed to split it, putting the screws in. You stupid boy. So perhaps the answer is to use some PVA glue. No, all the containers of that are all dried up. They have to be thrown away. Goodness me. Ah, in the workshop area, that does look like a couple of containers, and that's the right place to keep them. So, yes, still a few snaps around there. Yes, there's the pond, still dropping slowly. Yes, there it is, definitely still coming under Dawn and Kevin's side. That's a very reliable test, even though I'm sure they'd be very glad when eventually the problem's sorted, assuming it is. Right, so that's making sure. Yeah, looks like somebody's been putting up the washing. I think the closed circuit TV showed it was June afterwards. well, I wasn't looking specifically for it. Oh, goodness me, they're both watching tennis. 3:45 in the afternoon. Still dropping. Yeah, you can see that we're how much below the overflow point it is. Looking around in case there's any leakage point that comes to mind. No, it's not obvious at all. So, yes, June. No, Samantha rustled up. Scrambled egg on toast. I asked if there was any that was me having a doze. Yeah, I asked if there was some smoked salmon. No, they hadn't got any of that. Was there any bacon? No, they hadn't got any of that. Anyhow, she learned how to do it. Pond's still dropping by the look of it. Yeah, it's getting low in the evening now. Listening to the Radio 4 News. In fact, also it's on the net. I noticed there was best part of a minute difference between the radio over the long wave and the internet. That's apart from any other differences that you're at risk of there being. Yeah, peanuts out. There's the flatulent fairy. Yeah, put the peanuts in the right place for the moment, which is in the untidy games room. Yes, they're still watching tennis. Closed circuit TV. Oh yes, on the ring camera it shows the movements, and that was showed a hedgehog. A very quick way of seeing that it was a visit by the hedgehog that night, and then looked on the main closed circuit TV for that sort of time and could see it. And a fox, of course. Regular visits by foxes, but it looks like it's sufficiently into the spring now that hedgehogs are coming around as well. Yeah, so rustled up some food for the evening from what June had already made, like soup and a few other things. Took a walk down into the village and into the Comrades Club. Very quiet, of course, that day, but made my way back. And what did I do then? Oh, I checked the tracker, and it hadn't looked as though it updated recently. So yeah, nothing being found on the request. So might just be a temporary problem somewhere along the line. There's a long path there, you know. Right, time for bed. That's the end of the photo trail. Wednesday the 19th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photo shot. Yeah, a good day for relaxing in the sunshine, including Toadie taking it easy with June and Samantha. Of course, Robin has to do the hard work on the pond, and yeah, the bilge pump battery run flat, so I had to put it on charge. That worked, and resorted to bailing out up the hard way. And the good thing is June was doing a bit of hoovering, so usual thing, going around looking for the likely spots, hard work with cement. And yeah, Wednesday, so printed off the total deaths from the Office of National Statistics. June gave me a lift into Wicks to get yet more fast setting cement, and yeah, that's on video because it'd make more sense. Yeah, that's the tracker. Anybody could see me in Wicks, and then Squires after whatever it was. Don't think we've managed to find it. And yeah, pond dropping. Yeah, and it's still leaking through next door. So that's a very good test. And I thought, how about G4 pond sealer? And yeah, listen to Radio 4 News. June had rustled up some food for the evening dinner. I took it into the naughty corner, and then yeah, have a walk down to the Comrades Club, only for the exercise, and spend a little bit of time there, then back home. June's watching tennis just for a change. Check the tracker. Yes, anybody could see, oh, Robin's in the Comrades Club. Oh, it looks like he's walking home. Oh, he's got home just here. So yeah, time for bed. That's the end of the summary. So now all the photographs, 25 to 11 in the morning, above 10 degrees centigrade, so it's lovely and warm. Just the right conditions, as best you can expect. Water's dropped. Yeah, and siphoning water out so that I can get all the water out and then do some more work like cementing. And yeah, that was them playing tennis, because by the time I'd taken pictures they got back from the tennis. And then I noticed the bilge pump battery was flat. Yeah, even the spare battery was bad. But simple solution, put it on charge with the solar panels that were there. Oh, looks like Toadie's prowling around inspecting what I'm doing. Yes. Hello, Toadie. Yeah, so looks like I've got to do it the hard way while that bilge pump battery's charging up. Yes, hot work that is. Oh, then I remember the car needed starting up to keep the battery from going flat, and that was okay. So I left that running probably about an hour, as it turned out. Yeah, there's Snoopy's robot boat, no time to do any work on that. And there's Samantha doing some hoovering. That's good, she's learning how to do things in the house. Mind you, June was doing a little bit of dustpan and brush work. So it looks like the water has dropped now. So I'm now looking for places that are suspect for water getting out. And they can be the obvious places, which is above the level that the water drops to. But of course, it can be an obscure path, but yeah, a few snaps around the garden. Yeah, probably because Toadie was prowling around. Yeah, so we're getting low on the cement. So, yeah, hot work it is. So, they're relaxing. And yeah, so just popping mixed up cement into the places that were suspect. So it's the old story, do a bit of work on it and then test it. So turn the tap on. Yeah, looks like Samantha is clearing up that wisteria that Michelle had cut and was asking to be tripped over. So the tap's on. So these snaps are the record, including show my mistakes. And of course, you're always hoping that there'll suddenly be some progress, so you'll know exactly what it was that did it. Yeah, so relaxing for a few minutes, no more than that, with Toadie. Of course, I might as well mention it here that that was the Office of National Statistics graph of total deaths. Slightly with COVID, but it's still very useful to see where there are problems. It could be anything. But rather than talk about it, the answer is check it out. Of course, the other thing is the sound sync in places will be wrong. And that's where we're off to Wicks at Knack Hill. So the best thing I can do is basically make sure it's about right at the start and at the end, and just have to put up with it when it runs out of sync. So that's the photo trail through to Wicks at Knapp Hill, or Woking, and I got 5 tubs of rapid setting cement. And then popped into Squires on the off chance I saw some rocks, but there were lots of other things, including stones and pebbles, but no rocks, but not to worry. And that was going past, I think it was the Chobham club, that was social club, or working men's club, doing work on it. That was good. Yeah, daffodils are out, coming into Sunninghill, and over the level crossing, and yes, past some grand places with grand estates. King's Beach's estate home, quarter to 4. So pond's still topping up. I think I'd estimated when, and then I noticed that bucket was floating around, and you know, I fished it out. It was just a bucket of stones. It made me think, oh, what was that? Yeah, I looked on the closed circuit TV, and I was going back in time, and I could see it floating about, and then I saw me doing workout and where that bucket was last seen. Yes, 1342, so it was me, Robin. He'd left it just there, and then of course as the water level had risen, so it started floating around. So yes, I was the blame for that. Yeah, closed circuit T showed me out, and yeah, that was the trip to Knapp Hill, Wicks. Anybody could see where it was, and then Squire's Garden Centre, and back home, 22 Armitage Court, just here. June's watching tennis again, just for a change, on the TV in the kitchen. I've rustled up probably a late lunch and relax for a little while, have that at like 20 to 5 in the afternoon, or yeah, late afternoon. Turn the tap off. Yes, so the tap's off, no water coming out of the hose, and the indicator shows it's full. That's that stick. A few snaps around. Yeah, so that's where the water level, if one ever needed to, one could check what level it come up to. Now I'm looking for spots that are suspect. He says, what's the best thing to do next? Right, 20 past 5. Always pays to stop and think for a little while. Looks like it's dropped a bit already. Yeah, there you go. It's probably dropped best part of an inch. Yeah, it's getting damp around the side of the pond. And there it is, water coming through near the fence at Kevin and Dawn's side. Very good indicator, that, and easily seen just by looking over the gate. So X might be an answer. G4, I looked at various sealers and read the instructions on them and listened to the Radio 4 news, and so that was G4 pond sealer was on the list of things to do. And as I'm recording this on the next day, I can say that that stuff is being tested out and will be on the next photo trail. But one thing at a time. Right, that looks like June's rustled up something for evening dinner. So I take it into the water corner and then think, time to have a walk down to the Comrades Club. So yeah, it's getting dark now. Into the Comrades Club, spend a bit of time there, then back out and back home. June's watching tennis. Check the tracker. Yes, there's Robin in the Comrades Club, and looks as though he's walking home. And yes, he got home. 22 Armitage Court, just here. Put the tracker on charge. Needless to say, there's lots of other things that happened. Not on the photo trail, but time for bed. That's the end of the photo trail. Thursday the 20th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photos shot that day. Yes, that G4 pond sealer was the significant event, giving that a try on the pond. And first of all, it had to be drained, and I had to end up ladling out the last bit of it the hard way. So that's the stuff. checked it was in stock over at Maidenhead Aquatics. June gave me a lift over there, so we were able to pick it up pretty quickly and back home. And then of course lots of little problems. Oh yeah, check the track. Anybody could see where Robin was. Oh, what's he doing over there? Yeah, get to that stuff. They weren't to know. Yeah, so first problem was getting the top off. Ended up using one of the tools from the kitchen. Anyhow, got that, so then started to put the stuff on. Yes, didn't go very far. Yeah, and I got it all over my hands as well. Anyhow, pub lunchtime interrupted it pretty well, and enjoyable meal over the Duke of Edinburgh at Woodside, and conversation of course. And then, yeah, Terry came with us on that, and then back to the pond. Yes, no, it's still wet, and the weather had been quite good, but relatively speaking for this time of the year, anybody could see where Robin was and how long he time spent there before getting back home, and then across the Richards and Fays for coffee and biscuits and things. Yeah, so then the work continues. I thought it might be worth sprinkling a bit of dry concrete onto it to help speed it up a bit, and of course cleaning my hands was something else. That's after using various things. And yeah, put the peanuts out at the back end of the day, at the back and at the front. Yeah, I'll try using that lamp to see, but the torch was more effective to see where the levels were. And the frogs have started. I counted 7 of them, but they got out next morning, so that was okay. Yeah, June's watching the tennis. I take some food into the naughty corner, then time for a walk down to the Comrades Club. Yes, several games of pool there, thoroughly enjoyable, and the conversations of course. And anybody could see where I was and how long I was there till getting back home here. Yeah, put the tracker on charge. So that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos in the order I shot. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, temperature, yeah, above 10 degrees centigrade. So quite good conditions for the time of the year. And of course we've got to grab this time of the year for working on the pond, because the frogs have already started to appear. So siphoning the water out, that takes about 15 minutes to drop most of the water out of the pond. And yeah, there you go. So there's still a puddle at the bottom, but yeah, so that did actually manage. The battery had been charged up by the solar panel, so able to get hold of some water pumping out, and I put a bit more cement down so it flows the right route down that path at the side of the pond into the second pond rather than going towards the fence, and put another battery on charge on solar panels. Oh, Tony's decided to come out and prowl around little with that food bin waste container. Only way of doing things. Hard work of course. So that's the stuff that I've been using. That looks as though, yes, so this is the trip round the corner to Maidenhead Aquatics, where I've been going for years for pond stuff. And yeah, came away with the can of G4 pond sealer, and back home into Armitage Court at number 22. Yeah, quick glance at the tracker map. Yes, that shows Robin where he'd been. Anybody could see, including going down. And right, so now reading the instructions on the can, not so sure about that in terms of how long it might take. Yeah, that time, there's sundial. I know the times are where within an hour, but it might vary through the year. Right, so I'm probably looking for materials there. Brushes. Yeah, take a brush, and of course the way it works out, you often write the brush off, So it's too difficult to clean. And yeah, so yeah, hard work and whatever I've been doing. And right, that was the first problem, how to get the top off. Go to the kitchen and raid there, blank picture there, not sure what that's about. Yes, I got the top off, another blank picture. Yeah, so then poured it into a container. Yeah, not that difficult to start putting on in the what would seem the priority areas, which are around near the top. It has the benefit, of course, of being black, so you see more of the reflection of the water, but the key thing is the sealant. Yeah, so practically all gone there. 20 past 11. And yeah, so had done practically the majority of the priority areas towards the top. So at the end of the day, it's a matter of testing. And of course I wouldn't see the results to the next day, which is when I'm recording this, and it was still dropping. But might all help. Now this is the problem. It said soapy water to clean off, and soon helped out and found a solution for that. But meanwhile, other things take priority. Like Stuart arrived a bit before usual, before 12, because he knew Terry was coming over. Not to worry, that was just a little photo trail of making our way to the Duke of Edinburgh at Woodside near Ascot. Enjoyable meal. Yeah, just a record of what different people were eating. And then time to go, all in the same car. Yes, and past a few landmarks on the way in through the village, and the Blend and Brew Cafe and the Comrades Club, back to Richard's just across the road, and I popped down to see if anything is news popped up. And yeah, 10 past 2 in the afternoon. Yeah, so is it dry yet? So tap some of it. No, it's still wet. So what am I going to do about that? And yes, it's not dry yet, so we're not ready to start putting water in it. And yeah, check the tracker while there, only takes a minute or two. Yes, anybody could see Robin's at the Duke of Edinburgh. And yeah, they got back home. Just here, 22 Armitage Court, and going to go, oh, just a walk across the road there to Richard and Faye's. So go in there for coffee, enjoyable time there, and then whenever it was, an hour or two later, back, and yeah, 4:15 in the afternoon. Yeah, so yeah, the answer was, oh, June's decided to put the washing out. Yeah, notice Samantha's not helping her with that. She needs to learn the housework and all the other property maintenance things. Yeah, so looking around there, and I think I decided to sprinkle some dry fast setting cement on it, which might speed up the drying process. Certainly wouldn't do any harm. And because at the end of the day, the main thing we're experimenting with is solving the leak. So water level, it takes about 3 hours to fill the whole pond, so it'll probably take at least 1 or 2 hours to get up to where I've put that G4 pond seal. So fingers crossed it'll make things better. Yes, look at that. That was after cleaning some of the stuff that June, I didn't take the photos before and after, but June found some stuff. I'd also thought, I found this white spirit, whether that helped. No, it wasn't easy to get off, but no big deal. yeah, what do? Do the best you can. Oh, it looks like just switching on, well, recharging batteries for the tester of a servo, which has been running for months now. 10 to 5 in the late afternoon. Yeah, pond's gradually coming up. Yeah, look at that. Oh, don't know how many inches that is. Looks like the best part of a foot. It takes about 3 hours to fill up completely, as I've said. Right, yeah, just a few record of where it's got 6:30. Of course, it's getting darker as well. Yeah, put some peanuts out on the top bridge at the back, and also at the front, the peanut feeder needed topping up, and that bird feeder near the flatulent fairy. Yeah, and then put the peanuts back in the container in the games room. Yes, very untidy. So, getting dark now, and I picked up that lantern, and it wasn't really bright enough, but I could see the frogs. I counted 7 of them altogether had gone into the pond. The good thing is, the next morning, which was today, no signs. So I realised that, yeah, I may as well climb out. They didn't like it. There was no vegetation in there, of course. Right, put that back, and I found the torch was a better tool to use. Yeah, it's much brighter. And so, yeah, there's the frogs, or 4 of them there. Yeah, where the water comes in or flows out when it's overflowing. So, yeah, looks like she's rustled up food. So she's watching the tennis in the kitchen. I go into the naughty corner in the lounge, and yeah, it looks like I'm thinking about going down to the Comrades Club. I only do it for the exercise, of course, the walk, the 6 minutes or so down into the quiz inside, but lovely games of Paul, well, watching a match and then playing with most of the members of the team, if not all of them. And yeah, check the tracker, anybody could see where Robin was and when I left. To get back home, and yeah, just here. Looking at the pond again. Yes, it looks like it's dropped a little. Yes, it has. But there you go. So put the tracker on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Friday the 21st of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photo shot. Yes, the work on the pond was overseen by Kat's Bentley from opposite, and also our cat Toady, although I got the impression he just came and thought, oh, somewhere to have a drink. So yeah, I didn't start shooting pictures until whatever that was, 20 to 12 midday, and yeah, pond had dropped, of course, and yeah, I thought, try some milk. Don't tell June though. And yeah, so poured some milk into the pond all the way round as it suggested. And sure enough, there was a patch that had collected. Oh yes, the pond's still leaking. That's next door. Very good indicator that. Maybe inconvenient to Kevin and Dawn, but yeah, so more cement, of course. The rapid setting wick cement. Yes, hard work. And I thought I'll also try a bit of clay around that edge there. That's additional to what was already there. And of course, down to the last bit of cement and popped into oak tree and then wicks. Wicks for the bolts. That was in Bracknell. And that's when we start putting plant containers out. Check the tracker. Yes, anybody could see where Robin was. Yeah, Oak Tree Garden Centre. I just picked up several little rocks, and back here. So, had a bit of a doze, not for very long, half an hour maybe. Woke up. Oh yeah, that was back end of the day. It was getting dark. Put peanuts out. June had rustled up some food, took it into the naughty corner in the lounge, checked the rain radar, fingers crossed it'd be okay for a walk down to the Comrades Club. And of course that's what I did, enjoyed my time there. And then back home, yeah, checked the tracker, anybody could see where I was. Yes, Robinson, there's Comrades Club. Oh, he's walking home. Oh, he's got home. Yes, so that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos in the order shot. As usual, quite a lot of things happened earlier in the morning, but this is the practical stuff I wanted to keep a record of. So looking back later, where I made mistakes or where I was lucky. And yeah, so that's the water level that morning after it had dropped overnight. And turn the tap on, and the purpose of this is to see where water was coming out. Yeah, looking around already, well, that looked dry then, but that was not long after it was full, I think, or it might have been when it just started. And yeah, so the pond's in the process of filling. 12:05 midday. Yes, there's water coming out at the side of the pond, the near the fence. And so these are all little clues where we say if you suddenly stop that problem, then you might well have making good progress. And yeah, I decided to pop some clay in at one or two spots. Yeah, that little spot there near the exit. You see these things as the water level goes up. You say, oh, that looks as though it's a route for it to get out. And of course, just turn the tap off. And of course, the route out from the leak can be very upset. Pinch some milk out of the fridge and poured it, as they recommend, all the way round the pond and see what happens. So it all looked very milky. Put the milk back. Yeah, don't tell her. Doubt she'll notice. Right, 1:10, and all looks very milky, but yeah, that's the water level. It's gone, and look at that, a very clear white patch where milk is accumulating, which is probably going through leak. It could be all sorts of things which aren't obvious. So the answer is probably to patch that out. While I was out, I took some spot checks on the sundial and looked around at the side. It was dry at that stage, but of course the pond hadn't been full that very long, and it takes time for water to creep out because it's often an obscure route. And there it is coming through on Dawn and Kevin's side. So that problem is just the same as it has been for, well, practically years now. Right, so siphoning the water out. So it's now, yeah, well, that was 1:25. Siphoning normally only takes about 15 minutes. So very quickly it dropped in the area where I wanted to patch what could be a leak near the overflow. So usual Wicks rapid setting cement sprinkled onto it and then water over it. Yes, hard work. So there's plenty of cement on that spot now. And 1:50. So pond is being filled again. Obviously it takes time to come up to where I've done the cementing. 3:45 in the afternoon. That looks like it's filled up, so I can turn off the tap. Yeah, there's the no water going in, and there's the stick that indicates the level, shows it pretty well overflowing, and there's the clay that I put round there, and it needs cement, and I sprinkled a bit on it, but job wasn't done properly, if you call it properly, until the following day. Oh, there's Bentley decided to come out and check what was going on. So he decided to prowl around, inspect my poor workmanship, and yeah, so he's prowling around now the side, which is the side of the pond near the fence. And yeah, there's that spot. Checking everything out. It's just sort of double checking what I did. I don't notice him keeping any paper notes though. I tend to write a few things in the diary. That's a paper diary. Yeah, just more snaps around the garden. Bentley patrolling around. Use it as opportunities to get a few shots further down the garden. And as I've said many times, the sound sync, the scale of the recording, when I'm recording it, playing the video, is not the same as the actual video. So it probably goes out of sync, and I usually chop it in one or two places, and so it's right near the front and the end. So this is our trip out to get, first of all I thought I'd get several stones from, yeah, just going through Ascot, including the police station and the racecourse and the Heatherwood Hospital, and yeah, the church, down on the A329 road towards Bracknell, and then out and past where George used to live, into Oak Tree Garden Centre, got the stones there, and then to Wicks. I thought that's what I was looking for. It took a while to find them, but I thought, yeah, some nice substantial bolts around the edge of the pond to hold plant containers, well, hold wire, very sturdy wire. Oh yeah, the photos that didn't come out, too blurred and things. Right, coming back through Ascot, and the fire station, and under the railway bridge into South Ascot, past the Swindley pub. Into Armitage Court, and home, number 22. There's the Beauport boat. Hello, Snoopy. And also use the opportunity to get some daffodils. Is Toadie waiting for us? Relaxing, I expect. Yeah, probably check the tracker. Yes, that's where I am now. Let's have a look at the tracker. Yes, that's a trip out. And then we double back into Wicks and found those bolts. Can't remember what they're called now, but you see it if you look on the frame, until we got back home here. Yeah, so 5:30 in the afternoon, and yeah, so pond has probably dropped in that time. I think that's it was full when we left. And oh, there's Toadie decided to come for a drink. Not sure, it might have been he liked the milk in it, don't know, probably still traces. So following Toadie prowling around the garden. Mind you don't trip over the hose. Yeah, same spot where the outlet is. You can see there, he's probably a couple of inches or so below the high water. Right. So I had a bit of a doze, not very long, woke up and yeah, looked at the time. Yes, it was getting dark. So went out, just light enough to see. Yeah, it looks like an inch or so it's dropped. And yes, put the peanuts out, put them back where they are normally kept for the moment, in the very untidy games room. June's watching tennis, surprise, surprise, in the kitchen. rustled up dinner, looked like meatballs and pasta. So they eat that in the kitchen, watching the tennis. I go into the lounge in the naughty corner, where I also checked the rain radar, and it looked as though there would be very slight rain, which I could see, of course, on the closed circuit TV very clearly. So I thought, no, I'll have a walk down to the through the Comrades Club. I won't bother with an umbrella. And so went down into the village, into the Comrades Club, enjoyed my time there, and then back. And it was quite late by the time I got back. What was that, 10 to 11 in the evening? Yes, a few things to do then. Oh yeah, track only takes a minute. Yeah, that was working. Oh, there's Robin. He's in the Comrades Club. Ah, he's got back home again. Just here. Put the tracker on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Saturday the 22nd of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photos shot that day. Yes, frogs are starting to come out and trying to breed, which is shortening the time we've got available now for work on the pond. So we've got to rescue the frogs, of course, when you see them appear. And yeah, June and Samantha are playing tennis. I'm getting on with work in the pond. After pumping and siphoning out, it's a case of bailing it out, have a rest. Ah, yes, see when they come back. Yeah, so first trip out to get cement was Wicks at Knapp Hill, and then Squires to get some garden wire, thick garden wire for later work on the pond. And yeah, back home, yeah, lovely bit of garden sculpture. There are those lovely flowers coming out. And yeah, check the tracker, anybody could see where Robin was. Yeah, Wicks at Woking or Knapp Hill, Squires, and then back home. And there's Frog with cement all over it, so rescued him and popped him into the second pond, and I'm pretty sure he washed the cement off himself, it was still wet. And yeah, so the next trip out, more cement from Wicks at Bracknell, because they were getting very low on supplies at Knapp Hill. So lots more of that, and passed a few landmarks on the way back, South Ascot and back home, and the pond. Yeah, hard work it is, of course. And brushing off the powdered cement, that was the last job, and look, quite a mess on the clothes, but what do you do? And yeah, June's watching the tennis on the TV, putting out peanuts at the back end of the day. Or perhaps I'll put some of those on the feeder on the roof. Yeah, look what an untidy room that is. All clothes, really. Women's clothes. Yeah, June's watching tennis. She's rustled up food. So I take that into the naughty corner in the lounge, where it's nice, comfortable seating, and I can look at the closed circuit TV. Oh yes, there's the frogs. Checked out how to use a torch for that. Oh, bright idea. Music for the party. Look, worth buying on June's Amazon account, but she'll charge me for it. Yeah, time to have a walk down to the village and into the Comrades Club. Enjoy the time there. Skittles that evening. Back home. And past the Flatulent Fairy. June watching tennis on the TV. Check the tracker. Anybody could see, oh, Robin's in the Comrades Club. Oh, now he's walking home. Oh, he's got home. And there's frogs. Caught with a torch. So, right, that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos all in the order shot, because it does include all the stuff going on earlier in the morning. But significant stuff I might want to check back on to see where I did something right and when I did something wrong. So the first thing is, after siphoning, using the bilge pump to pump as much water as I could out. You then put it on charge, solar panels, the battery. And the bright idea, if you call it that, yes, frogs interrupting things all the time when they appear. So you've got to rescue those and pop them down into the second pond. Yeah, the bright idea was to basically fill that low patch with cement, and in the processing of pouring cement into it and that mix up a mixture, the cement can be thrown up into the tip. Difficult to see there. So yeah, it's what we got next. Yeah, 25 to 11 in the morning. Yeah, that's shrinking the water, so out with the cement, and so mixing up the cement, but we're getting very low on cement, and yeah, so I throw some of the dry cement in a few of the obvious spots, but it looks like the first trip out to Wicks is needed. Hard work, of course. And what I will mention here, as I've mentioned several times, is the sound sync isn't right for the photo trail, and so some of this may be running out of sync, and I'll do the best I can at the front and the end. Coming up to midday, yeah, nice and warm. What is that? 15 centigrade, I think. So again, another reason for grabbing the weather for working on the pond. So you're grabbing the season before all the plants, but more importantly the wildlife, are not breeding in it. Right, looks like air trip out past a few landmarks. It's on their way to Wicks at Woking or Knapp Hill, past Bisley and the vet clinic where we turn off. Follow that little road, yes, past a few landmarks, the Surrey pub, and into Wicks. Yeah, so getting very low on their supplies. I did consider getting drive seal and stuff, but I decided not. Then on to Squires, and got that thick garden wire, make sure we had enough of that. That's typically going to be for suspending plant containers around the edge and things. Yeah, so making our way back now through Chobham, and yes, of course the other thing is the camera is quite slow. From when you switch it on, I think it takes ages to start up, and when you press a button sometimes it may be a big delay while it's thinking before it actually takes the photo, but it's better than nothing. So yeah, coming through Sunninghill along the A30, turning off towards Sunninghill. Yeah, past a few landmarks. That's the King's Beaches estate there. That's what I like about it. It's just left for kids to roam around. Back home. Oh, hello, plants coming up there. Look at them. Oh, near that garden sculpture that Jim got me for a birthday present a few years ago. And Snoopy's robot boat. No work on that. No chance. So, what about 25 to 2? Right, so there's the puddle of water, and the intention is to use the cement to mix it in that puddle, throw some of the wet cement up into spots needed. Oh yeah, I was just checking the tracker there. Anybody could see where I've been. But also end up with, since that whole area is a bit suspect in terms of whether it sinks and cracks and lets water out, which then seeps around the other layers. Oh yes, rearranged that. Toady decided to appear. Then I thought, that's it. So I gradually, yeah, and then a frog appeared. I think when I threw the sloppy cement up under the bridge, he was hanging around there, so he fell down, but I put him back. I think he'd be okay. It was probably only seconds rather than minutes that he was immersed in that cement. So I should have all washed off with him swimming about inside the other pond. 2:15 in the afternoon. So again, through a lot of cement there. Yeah, and it's hard work as well. Yeah, lots of containers there. That's the stuff. And yeah, so another trip. This time Wicks at Bracknell, because it looks as though we're very low on cement at the other of that type at Knapp Hill. So off to Wicks again, but a different Wicks, and through Ascot. Yes, past the racecourse and the pavilion and the police station, making our way to where the Heatherwood Hospital was, and now of course it's new apartments, past the church, down the main A329, so-called London Road, into Bracknell and Wicks. Yeah, lots more cement. Yes, that's the stuff. And so where are we off to next? Maybe home. And that's what it looks like. Yeah, pass through Ascot again. Yes, and that was the fire station, the railway line, or railway station, and the Swindley pub in South Ascot, Bridge Court, and home. And then of course somebody's got to unload all that cement. Yeah, that's the tracker. Yeah, so 3:10 in the afternoon, so lots of cement available now. So I was using a trowel instead of the other tool for it. So now, sprinkling it on after throwing it in, that looks as though that is now setting, and of course it was hard work, and quite a lot of the dry cement had got on the bridge. So found the right tool for the job, which is the brush kept in the garage. And yeah, so sweep off that off the bridge, and of course things have to be put back in the right place as well. So back round the side of the house. Yes, that's where all the empty plastic containers got to go before they go into the dustbin or taken to the dump. Just haven't had the chance to get to the dump. And broom's back in the garage, so just shut that. Yeah, time for another rest and a bit of relaxation. Yeah, look at all that mess on my trousers. Goodness me. And the shoes, of course. June's watching tennis in the kitchen. And yeah, check the tracker. Would have shown anybody see the trip that day, but the most recent one was over to Bracknell and into Wicks. There. And then back home. 22 Armitage Court. Just here. Yes, you notice my cardigan has been off for some time. Right, that's coming along nicely. You can see that's drying. There's a little puddle there, but turn the tap on, so it looks as though, yeah, when you looked at the instructions how long it took to set, and of course concrete of some types will set underwater as well, but it looked as though it had long enough to be strong enough to walk on, I think, but not fully set for 24 hours or something. But at the end of the day, the small print has to cover the bases. So pond is now filling. Of course, the bad thing is it won't be full until after dark. 6:15. Yes, it's gradually getting higher, and in the time to put some peanuts out. It's getting darker. Birds don't tend to come until it's light, and they tend to stop coming out when it's getting dark. Yeah, so peanuts at the front as well. Put the I had topped up the container on the roof. Yeah, it needs some peanuts there as well. And there's the camera that covers that, the roof and that feeder, as well as the back garden and the pond. Yeah, look at the state of that room, all clothes. Now, Well, who's responsible for all those? Of course, I must admit I've got to take some responsibility for the games room. I mean, it was my games room originally, wasn't it, for the snooker table, but it hasn't seen the light of day for a long time. June's watching the tennis on the television, and then cooking food. It's like chicken. And yeah, put a tracker on charge. And right, so they're eating, watching the tennis. I take the food into the lounge and into the naughty corner, where I can relax in nice comfortable seating, and then I pop out with the torch to check how the pond's coming along. Yeah, and there's the frogs appearing. So turn the tap off, so it looks as though it must be full, and a few snaps of the frogs when I've got a chance. Yes, that scene from the closed circuit TV. That was a bright idea, which wasn't that expensive, £40, and that'd be usually for the party music, but lots of other things that should be arriving the next day, which is today, recording this. Oh yeah, there's some more frogs, and yeah, a bit blurred. So yeah, really reinforces have to do the job when you can. Oh, video WhatsApp chat, only a short one for me because they some were busy partying and things, like my sister and David. Right, so down to the Comrades Club, enjoying my time there, particularly watching the game of Skittles, and back home, past the flatulent fairy, into the house. Jude's watching the tennis on the TV. Yeah, I checked the tracker. Yes, confirm. Anybody could see I was in the Comrades Club. And then walking home. And I got home okay. Yeah, what's that? Coming up to 20 past 10 in the evening. And yeah, a few more snaps out there. Looking at for frogs. Yes, they said, oh, good, in the pond, perhaps we can breed. And there's a couple doing it, or trying to. Time for bed, so that's the end of the photo trail. Sunday the 23rd of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photos shot. Yeah, mostly boring photos of work on the pond so that I don't forget things that went well and the things that didn't. So yeah, thinking there. And yeah, took a trip out with June to pick up more materials from Wicks at Bracknell. Yeah, more cement, and also saw those kind of cheap bricks. And then we got some better looking stones from wherever that was, Oak Tree I think. Back home, yes, check the tracker. Anybody could see, oh, Robin's in Wicks, I wonder what he's getting there. And then over where it was, and then back home. So yeah, put the stuff where I'm going to be working, and I thought those, there was a proper name for them, but I called them bricks for a general term, to support rocks and materials. Yeah, back end of the day, putting the peanuts out, having food in the naughty corner in the lounge. Yeah, took a look outside with a torch, frogs coming out, and June's watching tennis. I decided to take a walk down to the Comrades Club in the village, into the Comrades Club, enjoy the time there, and then back out, home, check the tracker. Yes, anybody could say, oh, Robin's in the Comrades Club. Ah, he's walking home. Oh, he's got home. So put the tracker on charge, time for bed. So that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos as I shot. Of course, a lot of other things would have happened earlier that morning, but I'm keeping a record here so I can remember if I need to look back on things. Yeah, so that's where I'm looking at places that could possibly be improved, because the water stops. Well, it drops by probably a couple of inches within an hour or two. Oh, that's coming up nicely, the Gunner Romanticata. Yes, I took a walk down the garden, and yeah, all the plants are growing like mad, and yeah, the daffodils and the primroses, of course. Yeah, just a quick look around the garden just for the record. And of course the sound commentary will probably go out of sync every now and again, and that's a problem I haven't sorted. Right, that's me looking at the places where there's water coming out. There's Toadie came out to inspect what I was doing, so I'm looking at places where could be improved. So it looks like I've just turned the tap on and I've decided to top it up, so it's already a couple of inches down. That's what it settled overnight. So generally speaking, you expect the leaks to be at that level or about that level, but you can't be sure because they can be quite an obscure route, as I've said many times. So I've turned the tap off now and looking around. So the pond is now full. It still doesn't look right, he says. Yes, I dropped some milk in. Now that had worked a few days earlier and showed up a patch, but the end result was the whole pond had looked milky, so I didn't actually see anything in particular. So then June provides transport for a trip out. Photo trail of a few places going through South Ascot and Ascot, past and where the hospital was, and is now apartments being built. Some people call them flats. Into Bracknell, the college, and Wicks. So that's where I got, yes, hard work carrying all that stuff out with a trolley. And so on our way back now, past a few landmarks familiar to us from Bracknell and the days. Oh yes, we're not on their way home, we're into Oak Tree to pick up those rocks that are a little prettier in appearance, and they're making their way back again past old landmarks familiar to us. And yes, I had problems with the camera. Not to worry, do the best you can through the village and the theatre, Rajvuj, the Jade Fountain, Sun Cafe, Free One Barbers, Blend and Brew Cafe, Cobreheads Club, and into Armitage Court, number 22 at home, Snoopy's Robot Boat. Yes, so probably check the tracker. Yes, that shows their total journey. First of all into Bracknell, into Wicks, and then to Oak Tree, and then back home. Just here. Yes, what's next, he says. I decided to siphon the water out a bit. Not sure how much I decided to do. I don't think I dropped it completely. It would do the whole pond in a quarter of an hour. But yeah, so move those round. I was hoping Samantha would have done that work, but no, she didn't. And anything to get her out of her room rather than just sitting there doing nothing. Most important thing to help June. If she can't help June, or June has nothing for her to do, then she can always help me. Yeah, so that's why I'm deciding where to put the materials exactly. Some material I already had, and then put the ready mix cement on and spray it in, give it enough time. It was 3:45 then when I'd done that. Yeah, it was hard work, of course. So I need to give the cement time to set. And I can see 2 points that are suspect there. So yeah, find some way of retaining cement. Yeah, probably had a problem with the camera there. So that's I'm filling the pond now, because it'll take a while for it to come up to that level where I've been working on it. I think it fills at about an inch every 20 minutes when it's already mostly full. Obviously the area means it doesn't go up quite as fast. So June's watching tennis, and that was Samantha had made scrambled egg for me. How about that on toast? And looks like I'm filling the pond now. Yes. Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, Samantha helped Mum. I guess Mum asked her to put the dustbins up, and part of that was all those empty plastic containers had been cementing. So some of those were stuffed in one of the dustbins. Yeah, I'm checking the water level. Pond's filling there. Yeah, see me in the reflection there. The water level was gradually coming up. 10 to 6 in the evening. Yeah, so that's practically full now. I think, yeah, there it is. It's overflowing. Turn the tap off. Ah, yes, dustbins. They did put some of those plastic containers there. Not all of them. There are still other ones there, but not to worry. It's progress. So, back round to the pond. Probably took a walk down the garden while I was about it. Round the back of the pond first of all. Yeah, still water seeping out down there, which is round between the pond and the fence. They're all places where it's easy to see what's happening. Yeah, so put the peanuts out at the back and at the front fair, and the peanut feeder, and then put them back where they're kept for the moment in the untidy games room with a servo on test. Been running for months now, that. Yeah, so what's next? Oh yes, interesting experience. That W King loudspeaker, very fancy, and of course it does strange things. It made a phone call to Gary Carter, car mechanic friend, and I'm not sure what happened there. Jim doesn't know either. Now looking outside, using the torch. Yes, frogs are appearing in the pond. Yeah, that's the problem. Loads of them all around one frog there. Yeah, so June's watching tennis on TV, just for a change, in the kitchen. I decided to take a walk down into the village and into the Comrades Club. So obviously the camera doesn't perform very good in like low light conditions. Into the Comrades Club, enjoy the time there, and then back home. Yes, into the lounge. Yes, check the tracker. Anybody interested say, oh, Robin's in the Comrades Club. And oh, he's walking home. And he's got home. Just here. Put the tracker on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trial. Monday the 24th of March 2025. Starting with a summary of the photo shot. Yes, usual boring stuff of keeping a record of what was happening on the pond and looking for places where water might be coming out and using the cement, and then checking, of course. Yes, it's still leaking around Dawn and Kevin's side, and yeah, lots of examples of the tracking, including looks like the women coming back from a shopping trip to Marks and Spencer's, and yeah, it's working alright. And Toadie, of course, patrolling around. Yeah, various snaps of the cats inspecting work in various places, mostly relaxing. And yeah, getting later in the day, and yeah, I noticed a big difference between the Google imagery, which hasn't updated for several years, and the spot imagery, which shows the new houses that have been built just up the road. Interesting difference. Anyhow, put the peanuts out. June's watching tennis. Oh yeah, I made a bit of progress on that, which is getting it to play a sound file from a USB stick. Did it automatically. Only problem was understanding some of the controls. Right, June's rustled up food. I take that into the naughty corner, and then I decide, yes, time to get a bit of exercise and walk down to the village. So down into the Comrades Club. Yeah, camera's pretty awful, I know, but the only thing I've got that's working at the moment at all. Yeah, so the tracking shows where I've been. Anybody could see how much time I've spent in the Comrades Club and when I got home, just here. So that's the end of the summary. So now into the photos and the order shot. And of course, mostly that's at 11:45 in the morning, and the temperature's nice and high. I look about 17. No, I don't know what it was. No, 7 perhaps. I don't know. You'd have to freeze frame and have a look back, wouldn't you? And so I'm looking for where water might be coming out, and I find these little spots. They look a bit suspect, as if some cement ought to go in there. And so that's the name of the game, a repeated process every day, obviously spending lots of money on materials, but much more important is the time. So siphoning the water out of the pond so I can actually get to places. And there's the indicator of how far down it's gone. And yeah, usual rapid setting cement from Wicks. Very convenient compared with those many decades ago. What was it? Very early 80s, when I'd hire out a concrete mixer and mix the sand and cement. Yes, make sure things go back where they belong, like the old empty tubs now near to go into the dustbin. 11:15. Oh, there's Bentley looking out. He's thinking, oh, what's going on out there? You want to come out? He says. Oh, I don't know. I think I'll just prowl around indoors. Yeah, little bit of work, if you call it that, in the study. That's going on. Don't bother to do photo trails of that. Oh, there's the tracker. So the women where June said they were off to, which was Marks and Spencer's at Sandhurst. So yeah, there's the water level, and there's Toadie relaxing. Hello, Toadie. Going around the side there. Yeah, so the tap's now turned on, so you can see the water coming out of the hose, and so we're now topping up the pond to see if that little bit of work has had any effect. And according to that, it would be about 2ish, you know, over an hour, and it's about 10 degrees the temperature. And, yeah, that's dry at the moment, but then the water hasn't a chance to come up that far. And of course, something I often say on these sound trials, the fingers crossed, he says, the sound may not be in sync. I try to at least get it right near the front and the back, and haven't sorted that problem. Yeah, there are notes in the diary. That's typical, the nitty gritty. Looks like the women are leaving from Marks and Spencer's, and either that or simply updated. And what else have we got here? Yeah, time to relax. And yeah, I can see them on their way back now. I listen to the Radio 4 News, and they're coming up through Camberley on the A30. Yeah, see exactly where they are. That's updating every 2 or 3 minutes, I think. Sort of question what it set it to. 1:15 in the afternoon. Yeah, that's the pond gradually coming up. There's no scale written on that, but I think that's still an inch or so away from being full. And that's still looking good in terms of no water coming out around the side of the pond, our side of the fence yet. But of course it takes time, even once it's up full and overflowing, before the water creeps through those obscure roots. Now just a few snaps around the patio, very untidy, but a lot of good work was done a year or two back. And into the lounge now. Yeah, they're on their way, coming past Longacres, the windmill, and so they're only a few minutes from home now. Yeah, there we go, coming up to, I reckon, about 1:30 that they'll be getting here. Yeah, that's where we are. So I go out of curiosity, and sure enough, there they are arriving. Yeah, maybe take the chance to take the picture of the garden sculpture that June got me, and the armed mice on guard duty, and Snoopy's robot boat. Oh, it's good that Samantha's helping June with the shopping, learning the housework and all the other chores. Toadie's keeping an eye and making sure that it's being done right, of course. So that's coming up to 1:30, and yes, yeah, it's getting closer. See, it's, yeah, within an inch or less of being full. Look round, no, it's starting to come through, which is what you'd expect. And of course what you're hoping, been hoping it for months now, that at some stage all of a sudden the water will stop coming out. And it's no easy way of doing it. You can't really go messing around putting a sealer if you haven't got the basic structure fixed. And that's apart from the cost. It costs enough buying all that cement and the occasional rocks and materials. Goodness knows what it would be. You usually find it on forums. People have spent money on it being done professionally. People have got to earn a living. And yeah, it's just a record of what it's like at that time. And good, Samantha's rustled up scrambled egg on toast. No salmon or bacon in the house to add to it, but she did manage to make the scrambled egg on toast. Right, so that's still not quite full yet. Yes, and definitely water coming out there. That's at the side of the pond. As you walk round between the pond and the fence, you can actually see it. And it's seeping out under the brickwork, and also you can see it from the sides of the pond. So that's a sure sign. But the most dramatic sign is coming under the fence at Dawn Caverns, because it's crept through, been doing it for years now, a really obscure route which ends up going under the patio slabs, very difficult to get to, and at the end of the day need to hit the problem at source. Right, so I'm obviously thinking of a tool in the workshop area, so you get a glimpse of that. Good work done a year or two back, so we've got a place to keep things. And the reason for using the drill is to make an access hole in the wood at the far end of the bridge. I thought the bright idea is I might be able to, in fact it was a much more difficult job than I thought, but the idea was to make a hole there, didn't affect it too much structurally, but able to pour cement back in. There's me making the point, put things back where they were. And so Just having a look round, yeah. Probably that was water dropping then, dropped an inch. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, temperature just above 10 degrees C. Yeah, there's the water level, keeping a note of that. Yeah, it's dropped probably about an inch. So I'll now fill in the pond to see what effect that has. Yeah, it's getting later. You can see that climbing wisteria, whatever it is, it's flowering well. Yeah, so the pond, according to that, is topped up at 4:20. Turn the tap off. There it is, no water coming out of the hose. And yeah, so the water's full now. So it's the usual thing of looking around to see any obvious places. Yeah, I've rearranged some of the stuff like the turtle and that frog that's been inside for a while. Popped it in various places. Well, always the risk that things like foxes knock it into the water. June had spent some time down with Balbansal in the village, so I thought, yeah, perhaps I'll take a walk down there soon. And yeah, that's what I'm doing now. So walking down wherever that is, late afternoon, I suppose. Yeah, down in the village. It was opposite the Comrades Club. There they go, just there. But I didn't take any photos, even though there were several members of the family there and Romeo, their doggy, back home. And yes, Toadie's keeping guard duty. Then he decides to come in when I open the door. And 6:10, and that was having an early evening meal before going off to tennis, I think. Look round outside of the pond. Yeah, there's the water level down a bit more, and there it is, good inch or so low. Yes, gone past sunset now, I should think. Oh yes, that's where I noticed that difference between, that's Google mapping, and it still shows it when they were starting to clear the land ready to build the houses, but the spot mapping, obviously different sources, shows all the new houses built in the space of whatever that was, a couple of years or so, I suppose. And I've noticed that on other things like the Royal Ascot tennis courts. Right, 7:15 in the evening. Put the peanuts out near the flatulent fairy on the front porch. Put the peanuts back where I've been keeping them, in the untidy games room. And yeah, that's as seen by the closed circuit TV. And yeah, that looks like June's on her way back. Oh yes, there's a glimpse of her on the closed circuit TV cameras coming in. Yes, I bet look busy. Nah, listen to the Radio 4 News again. June's then watching tennis. I managed to get that working, and it runs off a USB stick. It was very, very loud, and I had to read the instruction book very carefully, and then it turned out that you pressed the what looked like volume buttons, and then it worked well enough. Got to check the quality of it, that's something else. And I also tried doing it from the little SD card, and I didn't have any joy with that. Don't know why, but that's a much neater solution than having a great big USB stick poking out the side of it. Anyhow, one thing at a time. Right, looks like I'm having my late evening dinner in the naughty corner in the lounge. Then, yeah, how about taking a walk down to the Comrades Club? Yes, June's watching tennis, of course. So I stretch my legs and take a walk down into the village and into the Comrades Club. Come out, didn't take any photos, but yeah, enjoyable time there. And back home, Yeah, check the tracker. Anybody could see where I was. Oh, Robin's in the Comrades Club. Oh, looks like he's walking home. Oh, well, I guess that must be his home. Just here. Put the tracker on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Tuesday the 25th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photo shot that day. Yes, that's Bentley on guard duty near the cat forts out the front, and yeah, most of the details of the work on the pond, yeah, very boring, but it keeps a record. Yeah, there's me finding spots where it looks like water might be leaking out, and usual process, yeah, very hard work of putting cement in, and then a trip out through Runnymede to Wicks at Staines for yet more fast setting cement. Yes, check the tracker, only takes a minute or two. Anybody could see where Robin was. Wicks at Staines, and then route back and to home and work on the pond. Yes, and it's still leaking, coming through to Dawn and Kevin's side of the fence. That's been happening for years. It's just a question of working on it each day. Oh, that, yeah, most annoying, I managed to knock that little turtle down, so then that was a little job. Used fast glass resin, put the peanuts out at the back end of the day, and yes, there's me ladling out water earlier. June's rustled up dinner for the evening. I'll take it in naughty corner. Then I thought, oh, perhaps I need a bit of exercise, and walked down to the village into the Comrades Club. Very quiet that night, but still enjoyable time. Back home, yes, anybody could see where I had been and how long I spent there. Time for bed. Though that's the end of the summary. So now all the photos in the order shot, not until 9:45. Temperature, yes, about 11 degrees centigrade. It's a case of grabbing the opportunity when I could. Yeah, so that water sunk overnight, whatever it was, a couple of inches, I suppose. It's the same, it's been doing it now for some weeks and almost months of the routine. And before lining it with anything like resin, then the answer is to remove all the obvious faults. So draining the water out with the siphon, that takes about 15 minutes to do most of it, but it leaves a puddle at the bottom. And yeah, I made sure that was in place, otherwise it air sucks down and it doesn't drop as low as it would. Now there are immediately some points that look suspect that I'd missed before, or they become more noticeable. Yeah, so all those spots there need some cement, and of course they may not be having any effect, but the answer is to test it. And I could hear the siphon gurgling. So right, 11:05, yeah, put that bilge pump in place, and that was working to just drop another probably half an inch or an inch of water. Yeah, look at these gaps, things that I may have missed before. Combination of pebbles to fill them, and most importantly the cement, and wet it to make sure it is ready to set. So still looking around for other spots. Yes, hard work. So that's 20 to 12 midday. And come in for a while, and Toadie's relaxing. In fact, he seemed to have woken up. He spends a lot of time there. Yeah, time for me to relax as well. And yes, now I found that sound stick that I'd been using was the reason I'd had problems with the sound sync and also the volume. So I switched back to another one, and I found that was the solution. That's what I'm using today. And in fact, I think I'd used it the day before. So, right, that looks like another suspect spot, particularly since it looks as though there's water draining back out, which is what tends to happen realising the water goes up and out through some obscure route, probably under the patio, end up with quite a reservoir under the patio slabs, and then of course makes its way out towards the fence. That looks as though I'm filling the pond again at 10 to 1. And yeah, looks like, yes, Samantha is actually rustling up scrambled egg on toast for me. Oh, that makes a change. Alright, so learning how to do a few things. What's that now? That turtle's okay at that point, I see. So I'm gradually working around. Awkward work, but 20 to 2 in the afternoon. He says, what next? Yeah, probably a trip out. Staines this time. Make a change. We might find somewhere else to pop in, but as it happened we didn't. But so as we're going out, there we go. There's Bentley on the high ground near the cat forts at the front. I suppose we can safely leave him watching the premises. Right, so we're off. A few snaps along the route, through the village and past the Comrades Club, Chapman's, Harmonger, the Jade Fountain as it used to be called, Courts Hall, Crossways, where June's family were before she was born, and past the, can't catch the name, but that's the pumping station where June's dad worked for years, past the ruins in the Virginia Water area, and the Wheatsheaf pub on the A30, along the A30, past Holloway College. All these places have got good memories, including aerial videos and photos taken many years ago, going back to the 80s. Yeah, past the Runnymede fields. We're making our way to Staines, and there we are, Wicks. So into Wicks, get the materials. That was 5 tubs at £6 each. Then they're making their way back home. We took a bit of an obscure route. We were thinking, we might find somewhere else to drop into, like a garden centre, but didn't seem anywhere. So coming back through Sunninghill, past a few Grand's places like King's Beaches, and home, 22 Armitage Court, and the robot boat. Hello, Snoopy. June's daffodils that she got a day or two earlier. And there's a tracker. Anybody could see where Robin was. So that was our total route. First into Wicks at Staines, and then we had quite a long delay at level crossing. I think there were about 4 trains went past before they let the cars through, and back home just here. So 3:30 in the afternoon. Now the bright idea I had, and of course next day, which is today, I changed it, was to drop as much water as I could out. Yeah, it's still close to full. Right, turn the tap off. So it's pretty predictable how long it takes to fill up. And then that turtle, I locked it down, you stupid boy. And that comes a bit later. Yeah, so you can see some dampness there already. So looking around, and as you look around, sometimes you see a spot you missed, and it's a record. Go back. Fingers crossed, he says, that it'll be better. And June's watching the tennis. I have a doze for not very long, might have been half an hour. There was a squirrel, I think. Yeah, it's having the peanuts. And 20 to 5. So pop out, and it looks as though it's dropped an inch already. And so go round have a look at the side of the pond nearest the fence. Yes, I could see water coming out in one or two spots. Yes, including the side of the pond. And of course that gives a clue to places where there are leaks. Right, yes, water's still coming under the fence, Dawn and Kevin's side. A very good indicator that is, most annoying to them I expect, but at least I make progress, I hope, and get it fixed for years. Oh, that's Toadie decided to come in for having lunch. Listening to the Radio 4 News, and it's like 25 to 6. Yeah, so probably having a look around, see if I can see anything different. Yeah, siphoning. So that's where I decided what I do is siphon all the water out again, but get it as low as I possibly could, and probably leave it overnight to dry as much as possible. Yeah, just about 11, because it's a case of grabbing the weather and opportunities. So that's siphoning into the second pond. Yeah, you can't see them very well, but there are frogs. I can hear them croaking in there. Well, frogs and toads, I expect. Gunnera mantecatas coming along, and there's the water flowing into the third pond. Oh no, it's not a pond, is it? It's a bog garden reservoir, and yeah, working very well as a bog garden. And yeah, looking up the garden. Oh yes, the PII light with the gnome. So not much changed in the garden. I think all the good work was done a year or so back. And yeah, so it looks as though the pond has finished siphoning. So next thing is, I suppose, a bilge pump. And so yeah, that's working. So pumping another, whatever it is, half an inch or an inch of water from that puddle in the middle, that low point. And then of course, yeah, sun's setting, 6:15. Ah, silly Robin, that's where I knocked that turtle down and his head broke off. Good thing is there was a hole already in there, part of the construction, so I found an old pin, obviously put things back in the right place afterwards, a large paper clip I think that was, and I cut a length of that off, and then used the fast glass resin to do what I think is a good substantial job. So it's also secured by that bit of wire that goes through the middle of it. Fingers crossed that'll do the job. So yes, what do you do? I'm probably referring to all the junk that's in there. Oh, there's the black and white cat, and didn't catch it well on camera, but Toadie was growling at it from under the lounger. Yeah, that's it. Right, 25 to 7 in the evening, and it's still this same idea of how can I get that last bit of water out? Well, get some out with that bin, but that's still hard work, and you're still not getting that much. So then, I might as well grab the chance while it was still light to put the peanuts out, both on the bridge and also at the front near the flatulent fairy. And Toadie decided to come out and join. Put the peanuts back where they're kept for the moment, in the untidy games room. June's watching the tennis on the TV. So, oh yeah, time to relax. Bit like hard work that was. There's me on the closed circuit TV doing that hard work, bailing water out the hard way. So, yeah, hardly moved any for all the effort that was needed. Yeah, what do you do? So, that was the bright idea. The only photographs I got of it, which is an old sheet that was down the garden in the workshop area, and soaked up what water I could and then lay it on chairs to dry. Probably hardly worth the effort, but I thought it was worth a try. Right, June's rustled up dinner for the evening, so I take mine into the naughty corner in the lounge where I can relax and eat and look at a closed circuit TV. Then a bit of exercise down to the village. So off down to the village and into the Comrades Club. Very quiet evening, but a nice relaxing evening, not doing very much. And coming back and back home, yes, anybody could see where Robin was. Oh, he's in the Comrades Club. That's a bit unusual. How long was he in there? Oh, he's walking back home. Oh, he's got back home. Just here. Put the tracker on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Wednesday the 26th of March 2025. Starting with a summary of the photos shot. Yes, work on the pond. I was planning to drain it all out and coat it, but then I found spots that still needed cement put in. So yeah, hard work of course. Temperature was good, coming up to 15 degrees centigrade. Main problem was getting the last bit of water out, and ended up going and get some more hose, but smaller diameter. Thought the bright idea was to use a siphon since I was having problems with the sump pump. And then I resorted to the brush. It was hard work. So no, in the end, didn't drain it completely. Put the peanuts out at the back end of the day. Yes, June rustled up some food, took that into the naughty corner in the lounge, and June watched the tennis. Yeah, time to stretch my legs and have a walk down to the village and into the Comrades Club. Enjoyed the time there, and back home, June's watching the tennis. Check the tracker. Anybody could see where Robin was. Oh, he's in the Comrades Club. Oh, he's walking home. Oh, he's got home. So, yeah, put the tracker on charge. And June's tracker, she'd forgotten to put that on charge for a day or two. So time for bed. So that's the end of the summary. So now into all the photos I shot were mostly me keeping a record of exactly what I'd done related to the pond. And of course I was planning to start coating the sides with something, and perhaps the whole lot, but I realised there's spots I could still see where water was likely to creep out, so that had to take priority. Yeah, hard work mixing up that cement and popping it into the gaps. You can probably see it if you freeze the frames that those big holes had disappeared, because you don't know what's behind them. There's all sorts of routes the water can take out of the pond. I was having a problem getting the last drop of water out of the pond. Yeah, not a very good picture of that. I think it was 11:30. So turn the tap on, and yeah, temperature's good at 14 degrees centigrade, I think. All these things is a case of grabbing the chance. Yeah, looking around the side, see any signs of, yeah, that looked dry at that time around the side of the pond, but then of course the water level was low, and it had been low for some time. So yeah, I did a bit of work, and of course this sound stick, I'm using the correct sound stick now to put a commentary onto the voice commentary. Of course I don't rehearse it, don't script it, but at least technically it works okay. And yes, that had been fixed, the broken turtle, so I popped that in a suitable place, and yeah, took a few snaps around the garden. Look at that climbing creeper. No, it's not, it's clematis, I think. Yeah, 25 to 1, I think that was. Yeah, a few snaps. Sun was out, and yes, you can see that it's not calibrated that well, but we can check it through the year and decide whether to move the numbers about or what to do. Yeah, just a few snaps. That workshop area is in a good state now for putting things away. Just a matter of when there's time to do it. The pond takes priority because of the time of the year. Yes, these are all little projects that were done in previous years, quite recently. Oh yes, it's a Wednesday, so the COVID graph, print that off from the, I say COVID graph, that's what started it, but it's total deaths in the UK, or particularly England, that we're interested in. Oh yes, we've got people moving in down the end, where Ralph used to be. And yeah, there's the robot boat out the front. Oh, that still hasn't been taken round the back. Yeah, Samantha's relaxing with June out in the sunny back garden. And 25 past 1 in the afternoon. Yeah, so looks as though I'm filling the pond there to just check it whether those last changes done. And Samantha got me scrambled egg on toast. She actually got up and did a little bit of work that June would be doing in the past. Yeah, so keeping an eye on the water level, and that shows up quite well on the closed circuit TV. 2:15 in the afternoon. Yes, so you can see it's getting close to full now from that little stick that pokes up. Very close. But in fact, we must have been within 5 minutes. And yeah, they're still relaxing in the garden. Yeah, that'll put the turtle there for the moment. And it looks as though the water level is full, so turn the tap off. So the pond is overflowing down a little stream down into the second pond. Yeah, it's just gone 20 past 2 in the afternoon. They're still relaxing. And looked around the side, and I could see some dampness, I think, just about. But it takes an hour typically for the water to make its way out by whatever route. There's me looking on the closed circuit TV. Oh, it shows up quite well. 2:45. Yes, looks as though it's beginning to drop a little. Yes, you can see there. Yeah, what's that? Maybe an inch. There's Bentley patrolling around. And yes, I thought I'd follow Bentley around for a little while. Shows a few things like all those empty buckets of cement to go in the dustbins next time they're taken away. And yes, the water's still coming through under the fence next door. See, June is hanging out the washing down the end rather than getting Samantha to do it. And Bentley's keeping an eye on what's going on, patrolling around. It looks like I'm busy siphoning now. So I'm now emptying the pond, or attempting to empty the pond, interrupted by Bentley checking what I was doing. Yeah, I was just pointing out the untidy route into the garage, and June found that, but it was an air pump. I was looking for a small pump that might make the job easier for getting the last little puddle of water out of the pond, and because obviously the large diameter hose shifts it quickly. So I was looking at small water pumps. I thought, well, we'll take a trip out around the corner, yeah, to Maidenhead Aquatics, and I came away with that. I thought a smaller diameter hose might enable me to make a siphon which will be more suitable for the last puddle of water in the pond, or getting it lower than it has been. The bilge pump wasn't doing too well, so that's the puddle that, and it was beginning to work, so it did shift a little bit, but one of the problems of course is the end has to be lower than where the water's going in, and that was very marginal. Looks like I decided to have a relax. Yeah, it was hard work. And so coming up to 4:15 in the afternoon, hadn't made much progress shifting the water out of the pond. I was hoping to get it all out. Yes, it's not low enough, I think that's what I'm trying to say there. I tried popping some milk in to see if that would show water flow into the hose, especially when the low end is tucked away out of sight. It's not so easy to check. Yeah, it resorted to a bit of bailing and a bit of mopping up, but a lot of work for very little result in terms of how much lower the water is. Yeah, how about getting the broom out and brushing some water out of the way. Right, 5 to 5 in the afternoon. Yes, too much like hard work, isn't it? Still, June's back in the having a bit of a relax by the closed circuit TV, Robin's naughty corner, because I decided to sprinkle a bit more cement on that puddle of water. Thought it would be a good idea, but it ended up with being a great sloppy thing. Yeah, had a bit of a doze for a few minutes, woke up. Yeah, so it's 6:20 in the evening. Yeah, it looks a mess actually. And put the peanuts out, both at the back and at the front near the flatulent fairy, and top up the feeder. That's very popular with foxes in particular. Yes, I put the peanuts back where they're normally kept. June is watching the tennis. She's rustled up food, and I take that through into Robin's naughty corner in the lounge, where I can relax in comfortable furniture and watch closed circuit TV. Then time to have a walk down to the village and into the Comrades Club. Yes, quiet evening there, but relaxing. Made my way back home. June's watching the tennis. A few tidying up jobs. Oh, if you call it that. Just checking the tracker, yes. Oh, Robin's in the Comrades Club. Oh, he's walking home. Oh, he's got home. Anybody could see that if they were interested. And as I've said before, very useful for rendezvous. Put the tracker on charge, and June hadn't put hers on charge for a day or two, so yes, you put that on charge. Time for bed, so that's the end of the photo trail. Thursday the 27th of March 2025. Yes, that's Bentley overseeing my work on the pond, which occupies much of each day, every day. Yeah, so now at the stage of draining as much water out we can, but of course it was pub lunch with grumpy old men up at the Duke of Edinburgh, Woodside, near Ascot, and yeah, enjoyed the food and the conversation there. And then back home to, afterwards it was coffee at Richard and Faye's just across the road, and June had popped out and got some of that Sikabond PVA, well, it was a sealant for the cement, so it meant I could immediately do that after getting back from the pub lunch. Yes, hard work. or rather get it back from the coffee. Yes, that's where Bentley was overseeing what I was doing, and Toadie on guard duty while we went out to Wicks at Knapp Hill in order to get yet more cement and also drive seal. I thought about some bases job. Yes, a few landmarks on the way coming back through Sunninghill back home. Yes, boring work it is on guard duty. Right, so that's what I bought the drive seal. I better read those instructions carefully. It's all a question of the conditions needed, and of course you're watching the weather over the next day or two. Yes, June's watching tennis, just for a change. I put the peanuts out, so it's getting later in the day. June's rustled up. It looks like sausages and sauce. So I take that into the naughty corner in the games room, and while I'm sat there, there's a little fox coming for peanuts already. And then, yes, I better stretch my legs and get a bit of exercise. So walk down the village into the Comrades Club and enjoy my time there, relaxing, of course. That's what it's about. Check the tracker. Yes, anybody could say, there's Robin in the Sunninghill Comrades Club. Oh, he's walking back home. He's got back home. Yeah, so June's still watching the tennis. Time for bed. So that's the end of the summary. So now all the photos coming up to 11 o'clock and coming up to 10 degrees centigrade. So relatively mild conditions for what I wanted to do, which is cement and then perhaps some sort of sealant around the edges. So it's all a question of looking and deciding. Very difficult to get that water out, that last puddle. Yeah, looking around, and a number of reasons for roaming around. One of them is just get a snap of the garden at that time, and of course the other thing is you're looking for materials or tools. Yeah, spend a little bit of time processing the video, putting a commentary on like I am for this one. Oh, here's a squirrel. Live on CCTV. Right, coming up to midday, Stuart arrives. Yeah, we set off a bit earlier because even it was 12:30. We thought, yes, it might be busy there, so it might be a problem parking. So a few shots through the village. Yes, Cords Hall, and out of the village, and yes, that's the old courthouse, the Ascot, and we've arrived. So lovely food. I just take a record of what we were all eating, different things. Yes, I don't take many pictures of people other than myself. Although there is Stuart caught getting into the car. Right, coming back home to Sunninghill. It's all an exercise of what can be done with that camera. It's a pretty cheap, nasty camera I've got there. Old one. Can't get decent ones now. It's all smartphones or great big clunky ones. Right, back home. Anybody could see that we got back home. Oh, checking. Yeah, there we are. Duke of Edinburgh. So you can see how much time we spent there. And then coming back, and we arrived back home. So, yes, just here. And then it's across the road. All long walk. What is it, 100 or 200 yards? Looks like, oh yes, pointed those adverts out to June, and I think Travis Perkins was the nearest place that she could pick those up, so she kindly picked those up while I was having coffee, essential socialising with the men. Mind you, the women had a so-called coffee morning earlier there. Right, so that's when I got back from coffee, 3 o'clock, and there's that PVA, and I thought the easiest way is to just pour a large dollop in and then mix it with the broom. So what we had there was the puddle of what had been water was now PVA mixture with water. Yes, that's Bentley keeping an eye on what I was doing. Hope you're doing it right, Robin. No chance of that. Yes, hard work. And yeah, a few more snaps of Bentley. He likes the high ground just there. That's overlooking the fence either side. And right, so it's all a question of what next. Yeah, put the empty bins that had cement in ready to be put in the dustbins the next time there's a collection of those for that. And there's Toady. Ah, right, yes, we're taking a trip out to get yet more materials, more cement of course. So this is a journey out to Knapp Hill. June thought the easiest way was through the village and through Chobham. But I thought also, as well as the cement, rapid sand cement, I'd also get some drive seal. And I remember years ago when I did put that in, it wasn't a long-term solution, but maybe because of the way I'd done it, because eventually it flaked. Yeah, so there's some nice landmarks as we go through Chobham. But I thought, well, at the very least, it'll last for several years, and I'm hoping if I do it well, it'll work well. So into Wicks at Knapp Hill, or Woking as they call it, and loaded with the cement and that large container of drive seal. And yes, a few landmarks on the way through Chobham, as best you can take them with a slow shutter speed, and even reaction for you when you press the button to when the photo's taken. That's the Chobham Club. Just went past there. There's, yes, another pub. So we're making our way across Chobham Common, past the monuments, into Sunninghill, over that railway bridge, that old derelict place that's been like that for many years, and into the heart of Sunninghill, over the railway. That's the railway crossing, that was, and past King's Beaches and into Armitage Court to number 22, and there's Toady on guard. Yes, boring, he says. Stretch myself. Oh, perhaps I'll follow June into the house. Yes. She had a temporary problem with the Wi-Fi, but it was only temporary. Then she was able to watch her tennis. So I checked the tracker. Yes, that was the trip we took into Wicks and back home. 22 Armitage Court. Just here. There's that drive seal. So I thought better get my reading glasses on and read again carefully what it says in terms of conditions, how long it will need to dry, realising a lot of luck comes into it, that you're looking at the predicted weather in terms of whether it's going to rain. And I decided to dry it up a bit in there with some more of that ready mix cement, fast drying. Very difficult to get that last bit of water out of the bottom. Don't seem to have the tools for it. And June's watching the tennis, and that's the other thing. I thought I'd read the instructions on that, and I'd bought that some good few weeks ago, and it was a question of when I applied it and where. And I'm thinking, yes, little details. Small print is important to read. Yeah, so I decided by then it won't be till the next day, which is when I'm recording this, the Friday, that I might start putting some of that stuff on. Yeah, so getting back end of the day, put the peanuts out on the pond and at the front near the flatulent fairy, and in the feeder, that going down pretty fast. And I did see, it's no photos here, that at least one young fox was visiting regularly several times through the night, eating the peanuts there. Yeah, put the peanuts back where I normally keep them at the moment. June's rustled up some food, so they eat it in the kitchen where they can watch the tennis. I take it into the Robin's naughty corner in the lounge where I've got more comfortable seating, and I can see the closed circuit TV, such as, yes, live, that fox coming for peanuts. That's quite early in the evening. And yeah, and then perhaps I'll stretch my legs, take a walk down to the village. So she watches tennis, I walk down to the village, into the Comrades Club, enjoy my time there, relaxing mostly, relaxing and watching. It was darts on the TV, I think. And yes, check the tracker. Robin's in the Comrades Club. Anybody could see that if they were interested. And then back home, just here. Put the tracker on charge. June's still watching the tennis. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Friday the 28th of March 2025. Starting with a summary of the photos shot. Yes, that's Bentley overseeing my work on the pond, which is I hope, the final stage, which is sealing it. Finally with drive seal brushed over, and that was before waiting for something else to dry, which was aqua seal, gold label aqua seal. Anyhow, yes, the dandelions are coming up lovely in the garden now, and amongst other plants. So most of the time was that, fingers crossed, it's going to do the job. Oh yeah, it's the women off to tennis at the back end of the day. Well, not exactly the back end. I've been working so hard, I had a little doze for a few minutes. 5:30. Yes, and it was basically waiting for stuff to dry, and it hadn't completely dried. That's the drive seal, so I sprinkled some dry fast setting cement on it, which I hope would speed it up. I was basically going to leave it drying overnight. Yes, Bentley came in for meal. Back end of the day, put peanuts out. Bentley's still patrolling around, and June's rustled up food. Take it into the naughty corner in the lounge where I can relax, and yes, decide to stretch my legs and have a walk down into the village and into the Comrades Club. Yes, I was a bit late there to participate in the pool and other things, but not to worry. Yeah, check the tracker. Anybody could see where I was. Oh yes, Robin's in this Comrades Club. Always walking home. Always got home. Yes, time for bed. So that's the end of the summary. So now the photos in the order shot. So not until whatever time that was, 25 to 11 or something. Yeah, of course other jobs were done earlier. I had a real problem bailing water out. This is the yes. So I ended up sprinkling some fast setting cement in the bottom and brushing it off. Yeah, hard work. So 11:05. So what I can do is do the first set. Well, of course, I should mention that yes, that's gold label aqua pond. It's a two-part mix. You have to stir it up well before putting it in. And of course, where I was planning to do it anyhow was that top area, which is the most suspect area for leaks. And of course, there's not enough of it to do the whole lot. Yeah, so everything's hard work. So put the containers ready to go in the dustbin at some later stage. And so there's the record of what I had done, which was basically the top area. And then Samantha rustled up scrambled egg on toast. Yeah, Samantha did that. Next stage was the drive seal. I did do it many years ago, and I think it had a good effect, but it didn't last, so I'm hoping I'm doing a better job this time. What I didn't get a chance to mention is before the drive seal and that aqua seal, I put PVA glue, some would call it, as a sealant into the cement, and that had been done a day or two earlier. Yeah, so most of the time was spent, yes, interrupted by Bentley patrolling around, and most of the time was spent putting those sealants. So it's more than belts and braces, it's effectively PVA glue with the cement, and then that gold label aqua seal, and then finally drive seal. Not what it's specified for, but I think when you actually look at what it is, it seems to do a good job, and I don't remember how many years ago that it did do the job well for a while. Yeah, a few snaps around the garden and sundial. Maybe it needs a bit of adjustment later. Oh, there's the Gunner Manticata coming up nicely. Yeah, looking down to the bog garden area. And what we got next? Yes, the second pond. And because the good thing is that there's been that available for all the frogs and newts and things that were wanting to go in the top pond. Yeah, so that can be put in the workshop area, which is the old sheet, which was my last resort for drying the last bit of water out of the pond, or the sealant. Yeah, so that workshop area is all ready to have more things put in the right place. And there's Bentley still patrolling around. It's June's vegetable patch, I think. And yeah, it's had to relax for a few minutes and then indoors. So it's really a question of that drying, leaving it dry there from what would have been early afternoon. But of course you can still see patches of drive seal that are puddles, and that may not dry overnight. So you brush what you can in 3:30 in the afternoon. You can still see, the reflections, can't you? It's not completely dry. In fact, some of it looks to be running there. So the cunning plan is for that to have dried sufficiently by the next day, which is when I'm recording this, so that it's dry enough for filling it with water. And if we're very lucky, that is the job done. Oh, that is putting back something June thought might be what I was looking for. I was looking for some transparent plastic that might be used at some later stage as a place for the fish to hide from the heron, be protected from the heron but still be able to see them. But that's a much slower term job. Oh yes, a few snaps in the garden while I'm about it, including the sundial. Yeah, whatever that is, 4:45 in the afternoon. That reference sundial, yes, not that accurate, and that's where it should be. Oh, there's Bentley decided to join me. Oh, he's checking out the sundial, are you, Bentley? And then he decides to go up the garden into the, where little Remembering Fart a Lot or Gingy. And there's the dandelions coming up nicely. Lovely things, dandelions. Lovely, pretty plant. Don't know why you can't buy them at garden centres. Oh, that's one you might recognise. So we've got no lack of plants around there. And right, so it's all a question now of hoping the weather will be what's needed. Yes, quite reasonable temperature, 13 degrees centigrade. Fingers crossed that will dry at the back end of the day and into overnight. Looks like the women off a game of tennis in the late afternoon. Yes, and there's the tracker. Well, not that you'd see it on that closed circuit TV. Had a bit of a doze for a few minutes, woke up. Yeah, it wasn't very long at all. Might have been quarter of an hour, half an hour. 5:30. Yeah, so looking out again to see if it's, I can still see what looks like puddles of drive seal. So sprinkle carefully that fast setting cement to encourage it to dry quicker. I can't think it'll do any harm to it. All these things you don't know. Test it. Here's two pussycats thinking of coming in. Bentley coming in, yes. And Toady, well, yes, perhaps I'll come in as well. His question is, anything more interesting outside? No, he decides to come in, join the women and Bentley. Mind you, Bentley says you're going to have to queue if you want some food. It's my turn first. Right, so they've turned tennis on the television. I go through into the lounge listening to the Radio 4 News, and that's whatever time it was, 6:30 was it, in the evening? Yeah, it looks as though it is drying. And of course it's got overnight as well, and it looks as though it's going to be fairly mild. Might even be a very slight breeze. Bentley coming around and prowling around at the back. And, oh yes, changed the battery on the test rig for the servo for the robot boat, checking that. And the women are watching tennis, and June's rustled up some food which I take into the naughty corner, Robin's naughty corner. I can relax, and yes, how about taking a walk down into the village? Need the exercise, don't I? Not that I haven't had any all day, walking around the garden and things. Down into the Comrades Club, enjoy relaxed time there, and back home. Yes, they're still watching tennis, or at least Junior's down in the kitchen. Check the tracker, yes. Robin's in the Comrades Club. Oh, he was there a long time. Oh, he's walked back home. There he is, back home. Just here. Put the tracker on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Saturday the 29th of March 2025, starting with a summary of the photos shot that day. Yes, there was expected to be a partial eclipse of the sun visible from Sunninghill, Ascot, but, well, we couldn't see it. But anyhow, not to worry. Work with the pond continues, even though without any good result. Still water coming through next door and dropping an inch or two within an hour or two. So that's the women off. They had their tennis earlier, I think, but that was off for the big shop at Martin's Heron, and they got back from that, watched by Toady, and of course I'm doing other stuff at the same time. Main thing was saying, what next on that bridge? And right, using the chainsaw, then I can get access to where I hadn't been able to see properly before. Yeah, hard work, and but not with a good result. You're filling in where you think there are leaks, but no noticeable change. So now I trip off for the getting materials. First of all, Halfords. I thought some green paint, and I got much better buy at the range that's taken over Homebase. Then on to Wicks, get the fast cement. Back home, yes, check the tracker. May not have known what I was buying, but I could see where I was visiting, like Halfords and Wicks, and then back home. So, yeah, so I thought that's still dropping in 2 inches in, a couple of hours. So that was the idea, spray around with the green paint to mark effectively those 2 inches of drop, so you can prioritise, you're looking for leakage in that area at least. And yeah, June's watching the tennis. The back end of the day, stretch my legs, take a walk down into the Comrades Club and enjoy the time there. Back home, June's still watching the tennis. Check the tracker. Anybody could see how long I was at the Comrades Club, and then walking back home and getting back home. So, time for bed. So that's the end of the summary. So now in the photos in the order shot. 9:15 in the morning, and overnight the pond had been drained pretty well completely, and the chance to dry out meant it was possible to clamber around inside. And looks as though I've decided to turn the tap on there, and I'd already had a look round for places where water might be leaking, but you can't beat testing it. Fingers crossed the work I'd done might pay good results. Yes, time's 9:45 now. Yeah, I looked at the sundial, and yes, we're still on GMT, I think, at that time. We switched to summertime the next day, which was today, and I'm recording this. So that was their earlier trip for tennis. June and Samantha play tennis in the morning, and I could see them on their way back. Yes, so they are arriving. Past Snoopy's robot boat on static test at the front. Yeah, so there's June's tracker, and so several things on the go at the same time, and it shows them back home now. So looking out, 22:11 in the morning, so the pond is gradually filling up, and oh yes, when we should have been able to see the partial eclipse, June couldn't see anything on her smartphone, and I thought, well, let's try a pinhole camera using a safety pin to make a small hole in some silver foil. Well, no, I'm not sure whether there was something there or not. No, you can't be sure. That's what it said, although it did say over UK at 1200. I think that's when it ended, but not to worry. So back outside, 11:20 in the morning, and yeah, looking for where the water might be getting out. It's still 2 inches there. That stick needed a dop of Tipex or whatever, white paint on the top, so it shows up a bit more clearly. So it looks like, what's going on there? Samantha and June are going out. I think that was for the big shop at Martin's Heron. Yeah, sorry about that. That's the garden sculpture that June got Robin for a birthday present several years ago. And there's the robot boat on static test with Snoopy at the front. And there's the flatulent fairy on the front porch. And into the lounge. Yes, you can see their progress. It's on the screen there. Coming up to 10 to 12 midday. Temperature 11 degrees centigrade. Sufficiently warm. And yeah, just looking at the water level. So they're probably still on their way to the supermarket, I suppose. Yeah, going past the Royal Foresters. There we are, they've got there. So they're at the Tesco's at Martin's Heron. Coming up to midday, listening to the Radio 4 news. Looked at my notes when the pond is likely to be full. I think that would have been 5 past midday. Yeah, it's getting close there. Yeah, whatever that is. Is that an inch? Can't see very easily. 12. And so basically looking around, making sure we've got a record of it, and that's just about overflowing now. So go around the side near the fence, and yeah, it looks as there's a bit of dampness there coming through already. It normally takes an hour or so for the water to really make its way through. You could see some already, so I'm looking around at various spots. Yeah, there's the little bits of garden sculpture decorating the pond. So now I've just turned the water off because the pond's full and overflowing, and so now we're keeping an eye on what's happening. 12:15. Yeah, temperature coming up nicely, about 12 degrees centigrade now. Fingers crossed, he says. However, there's water still coming under the fence next door. Yeah, 12:20. It'll probably get worse within an hour. Yeah, it's definitely water there. Time for a snack for lunch. A Cornish pasty. Reminds me of that old pastafarian photo. Right, 1 o'clock. Yeah, definitely got a problem. Yeah, pond's dropping. That's dropped an inch. So you can see there where it normally overflows. So looking around for spots. That still shows it dry around the outside edge of the pond. Yeah, that's also overdue work. And there it is next door. So water really flooding out under there. Unchanged for a year and more. Oh, there was a visitor with a courier bringing some stuff. I had an amusing minute or two chatting to him, and he liked one or two of the signs. Right, looks like the women are back from their shopping, and so watched by Toadie. Yes, Samantha helping June with the shopping, so she knows how to do it, and helping her bringing stuff in and unpacking it in the kitchen. And the other tracker shows I've been hard at work all day. So 1:25, I think that was, in the afternoon. Still wondering what's the best thing to do next. And yeah, to get at that spot under the bridge didn't seem any way than probably sawing through that. Well, it's the ladders doing the important support. Yeah, remove those poor slugs. Don't want those hurt. So pick those up and popped them in the garden. Right, 1:30. Yeah, just checking the sundial. Yes. Yeah, it's not quite in the right place. So in slower time, after checking it right the way through the year, it might adjust where some of those numbers are. Right, looking for the chainsaw, I think. Down the end of the garden in the shed. Get that out. And I had a problem getting it working. That's the extension lead for it. So, and I couldn't get it to work, but June did, and what she did, she plugged it in a different place. Yeah, so I couldn't get it working, but she did. Yeah, she said, yeah, well, she said I just plugged it in at the wall instead of into that extension socket. So I then had a working chainsaw, so I was able to quite quickly cut through that decking, and those 3 bits of decking, in fact, as it works out, I can put them the other way across. And so turn the tap on, I think that is. Very easy to go. Yes, I've just turned the tap on. So again, looking to see where the water is actually making its way out. And of course, don't forget to put things back where they belong. So down the end, that's where the extension lead goes, and that bottom shed is where the chainsaw goes. And then make sure the door's shut. Not locked, but shut. Yeah, there's some of the climber There's a name for that, but I can't remember what it was. I'd have to look on the right page for that. And I think it's Clematis samandii, I think. Right, that looks like some PVA glue, mixture of that and water, and yeah, some pebbles as well. Yeah, hot work, but the difference is I can actually get a bit better to the spot that is suspect and under the bridge. So yeah, and put things back like the empty container, and yeah, a few snaps down there. Yeah, look at that, it's all in terrible state, that outside where the water comes out of the kitchen. So where are we doing now? Oh yes, so some water from the watering can with the powdered cement, and there's already some PVA I think have been put in there, and yeah, so that looks as though that's turned the tap off. And yeah, so it's the usual thing, you're looking around and saying, is there somewhere we've missed? And so yeah, put the dry fast setting cement and then sprinkle water on it to make sure it'll end up being cement that will then rapidly harden. 2:30 in the afternoon coming up for. Yes, what's next, he says. Well, I'll probably try putting those bits of wood there, just lay them across and then put the slabs across. So one could probably do and then a few scraps of wood that were left over, just put in those pile of stuff to be burnt eventually probably. So it's gone 2:30 in the afternoon, and checking water levels. Looks like the water's overflowing now. Yes, the women are relaxing out in the sunshine in the back garden, and so's pussycats prowling around. There's Toadie. Yes, I have a relax for a few minutes outside too, and then indoors. Yeah, and a bit of a doze for a little while. Not sure how long. Might have been half an hour even. 3:30 in the afternoon. That's what it says outside as well. So Jack the Pond. Looking around. Water levels. Yes, it has dropped quite a bit. Yeah, that looks, yeah, not good at all. So even though that work I did do under the bridge hasn't made a ha'porth of difference, it's still dropping just as fast as it had done before. And right, so that looks like a trip to Staines. I thought, well, amongst other materials I could pick up, I'd get some paint. Oh, that's the bicycle, I haven't used that. So we're off, June driving to Staines, and what I thought is pop into Halfords and get some green paint. Green wouldn't look quite as unsightly as white or red or something, but it was to mark that low water mark, the 2 inches, so that's the priority search area for leaking places. So there's the boater trail through past places like the Belvedere Arms, near the pumping station where June used to live once upon a time, and so we're on it, the main, past the, over the Surrey border, past the ruins, Virginia Water Lake, and past the Wheatsheaf pub, and past Holloway College, and the pack course. It used to be called the Monkey's Head a few years ago. Halfords. So I popped into Halfords, but then I went into the range, which has taken over home base, and you could see that it's quite a nice large place with lots of stuff. But so then went into Wicks. It didn't take too long to get the fast setting cement and also those bricks, which I know it's a photo trail of a few places on the way back. That's including Holloway College. along the A30, past the wheat sheaf I think, and a few places. Yes, Belvedere Arms and the Grand Estate on the left where John and Yoko Landon were for a little while. Crossways where June was. Of course the pictures are a bit blurred. That's the camera, I'm afraid. Can't expect too much. Into Sunninghill, past the Cords Hall and the theatre and the Rajvuj. Chapman's, that was, 3-1 Barbershop. And yes, number 1 Charters Lane. We know the family there. And back home, number 22 Armitage Court. Put the paint there for the moment. I got the white can as well. I thought there might be use for it. So I think they had a deal, 2 cans for whatever. And right, look at the tracker. Anybody could see where we visited, including Alford's and the Garden Centre home base, and then Wicks, and then back home into 22 Armitage Court, just here. So where next? Well, probably take a look outside and how the pond's doing. Well, the obvious thing is, the reason I got that paint is that black area there I could spray, and that's where it's leaking in 2 inches that's dropped. So I could spray those 2 inches from the low water there with that green paint to mark it. And of course yes, busy with that stuff. I wasn't sure what the effect would be with the paint on the water, but what I noticed is it tended to float. Yeah, it had an oily appearance. That looks like a pussycat. Bentley has arrived. Yes, I noticed it also dried out with a kind of a skin. So that's another exercise, which was that white paint. Yes, I thought in slower time, it's possible I might end up using that on the telescope. That was one reason for having white paint. So put the cans of paint in the proper place for them, which is the workshop area. So if I need them, I know where to look. Yes, and a few snaps there just to remind you that good work was done there in the last year or 2, getting that ready for stuff to be put there. And background to the pond area. Yeah, the plants coming up nicely. We're not quite ready to put plants around the pond yet though. Not while we're working on it, and certainly not with that paint there like that. And June's watching the tennis in the kitchen. So what's next? Oh, I'm relaxing. I see a pigeon come in for peanuts. Right, 6 o'clock. So yes, so that was that. Yeah, what are you going to do about that? It's the obvious way, I suppose, is to turn the tap on and see whether, when it's up and floating, whether it'll wash it out. And in fact, when you look at the very nature of it, yeah, so that's, yes, I'm not sure, but I don't think there's much risk of that paint material going into the second pond, if there's any toxic effects. And I could see it moving, but not as fast as I would have hoped it would. And so I'm not sure, it appears in the photos soon, I resorted to the use of the hose. Yeah, there we go. So I'm spraying it to encourage it to move in the right direction. And yeah, so that looks as though I'm siphoning now. 7:15 in the evening. Yes, so yeah, so now siphoning water out. So I think what I decided is I'd got most of that paint out with the water, and then siphoned the water out. Time to put peanuts out at the front as well as at the back. Probably got a glimpse of that on the bridge earlier. And there's Bentley decided to be on guard duty, looking out the front window. All very blurred pictures because of course he's moving all the time and the camera's quite slow shutter speed. Put the peanuts back where I'm keeping them for the moment, in the games room. There we got peanuts on the bridge. June's rustled up food. Yeah, it looks alright. Prawns and chips, and yeah, that looks like a spinach sauce. Yeah. Old video WhatsApp chat because it was a Saturday evening with family, and June's watching the tennis. Yeah, it's time to get a bit of exercise and take a walk down to the village, and yeah, down into the village and into the Comrades Club. Enjoy the time there, and on the way back, yeah, somebody's got horses there. And back to number 22 Armitage Court, and into the house. June's still watching the tennis, and yeah, 10 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, check the tracker. Yeah, did anybody see Robin in the Comrades Club and when he left, and walking home, and yes, getting home at 22 Armitage Court. Just here. Put the tracker on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Sunday the 30th of March 2025, Mother's Day, and that's us waving to Saskia and Gary, leaving at the back end of the day after providing, well, more than transport, company as well for a lovely day out. And anyhow, work started with the pond, of course, and also I had an appointment coming up. Yes, place looked after by Bentley, around at Sunninghill Library, and it was the police PCSO meeting, and Samantha kindly gave me a lift round there, and I was a few minutes late, but it was an enjoyable time and a chat with Keith, including about topics like Oliver Reed. Anyhow, got back. Yeah, that was the trip on the tracker. Anybody could see where Robin was. May not have known what he was doing there. And then, of course, a bit more work on the pond, hard work. Temperature, lovely. And now, what shoes should I wear? Because we're going out with Saskia and Gary, and yeah, water's still coming through next door, so the leak hasn't been fixed yet. That's been going on for 2 months now, time and materials on that. Right, Gary and Saskia have arrived with some presents for June, and now the interesting thing is, it was going to be June's treat, what she wanted to walk round Virginia Water Lake, but in fact all the parking was full, so we had a lovely walk around Lightwater Country Park, and they went off up to High Curly where June wanted, but I went to the cafe early and enjoyed a relaxing time there, and the tracker showed where they were and gave me warning. No, they're practically back, and there they are. So they enjoyed their walk. Now we made our way back to the car and that little interesting miniature golf course. Yes, so we get back home, relaxing time there. Of course, June looks at her presents, I look at the pond, and that's going on in the background, of course. Time for them to go, and that's where that photo was taken. Put the peanuts out. It's getting towards the back end of the day, so won't have so much trouble with birds taking them instead of foxes. And yes, Samantha's managed to do the evening dinner, managed to cook a pizza, and I thought, I need a bit of exercise, so I stretched my legs down into the Comrades Club, enjoyed my time there. In fact, I won a raffle prize, Celebrations chocolates. So, time for bed. That's the end of the summary. Now, the first photos were of Toadie relaxing in Robin's naughty corner. And of course other things had been done before that time. Oh, clocks, yes, clocks have changed, so that had to be adjusted. Temperature was nice and warm, and yes, the pond had dropped. Yes, I drained the pond as well, and that was the work done at the near end, sawing away those planks to expose places where water might be seeping in. And at the end of the day, you don't know until you seal it with typically concrete and other materials, and then test it again. Yeah, it's hard work, but it's probably good for you. So a lot of the reasons for the photo trails is keeping a record so other people can say, ah, that's the way to do it or not to do it when I make mistakes. So just a record of, I think I put a rock in place there to retain a bit more cement. Yeah, the water's down fairly low now, 10 to 11. And of course what's in the background is that meeting round at the library. And so I was able to make a bit of progress there on the pond. And that's dry so far at that time, around the fence side. So fingers crossed, but I can say now that it didn't make any difference. And there's Bentley on guard duty looking out the front window in case anything interesting arrives. And yeah, they wouldn't bother too much about those signs. Yes. Hello, Bentley. So yeah, that's where I'm planning to go for a meeting, but I need transport there, and I don't think at that stage Samantha had got up and got dressed, and it was rather a long way to walk, 5 minutes by car. So yeah, and that's it. It's the Broomhill Recreation Ground, and yes, take a snap of that one at the time, and there's Tony looking out the back. Yeah, so the meeting starts at 11:30, lasting an hour. There's Bentley. Yeah, lovely blue sky. Yeah, so I'm waiting for Samantha. Hopefully. Well, as I told her sometime before, if we got away, you know, ideally 20 past or so, get there in plenty of time. Oh, it looks like Toadie's come out the front as well, stalking around with Bentley. So I'm just waiting for Samantha. Yeah, look at it, 25 past. And, oh, she's actually come down and putting on her shoes. So, certainly better than walking. So, off down through the village, past the Comrades Club, past Chapman's, and the Jade Fountain as it was, the Courts Hall, the Post Office, Boris School, and down through the Rise, and to the Broomhill Recreation Field, and where the library is. Oh yes, and telephone box with other library stuff. Yes, I didn't take any snaps there, but interesting conversations, particularly with Keith, PCSO. And yeah, June turns up, because I obviously gave her a call, and so he gives me a lift back, past a few landmarks, into the village, past the Sun Cafe, up past Chapman's, the Free Wine Barbers, a Blend and Brew Cafe and other things, the Comrades Club, and into Armitage Court, and to number 22. Yeah, so June's done a good job of that, and we've still got plenty of time, 20 to 1, that Gary and Saskia were coming round to give us a lift. Well, more than give a lift, spend an afternoon with us walking around. Yeah, just a tracker shows where where I was, back here. 1:45. I think they said they'd be round about 1ish, something like that. So just checking the pond again. So yeah, June's relaxing in the sun. I check the sundial. We'll see it when there's shadows over there. Yeah, maybe some adjustment needed, but the answer is to give it a year checking it and then see where some of the numbers could be moved. Listen to the Radio 4 news. It must have been 1 o'clock news. And yeah, just keeping an eye on what the pond's doing. Right, so it looks like I turned the tap off. I was probably filling the pond there. Yeah, so tap's off. Of course, you can see that green paint that was put on earlier. So the water levels come above that. That shows the where it settles to. That's yeah, water coming out around the fence side of the pond already. That's not long after it'd been filled up. And there's not a real frog. That's the ornaments around the pond. So a few photos. Looks like I found a spot that looked a bit suspect, so put a bit of cement in that while I remember to do it. Yes, I'm doing all the hard work there, relaxing in the sunshine. Yeah, temperature 15 degrees centigrade. Shoes now. Yeah, perhaps I'll put some better shoes on since we're going out with Saskia and Gary. Yeah, check next door. Yes, water's still coming through under the fence. 10 to 2, perhaps it was 2 o'clock when they said they'd turn up. Relaxing. Yeah, it looks like they're arriving. Gary and Saskia, looks like I bought a present or two for June because it was Mother's Day, and that's where we're planning to go, around Virginia Water Lake. That's where, I'm not sure who suggested it, but that's what June wanted to do. So we go off and we spend ages in the car in queues. I suppose one could have predicted it, which is everybody wanted to do the same thing. I mean, it was a lovely day, a Sunday, Mother's Day, lots of people doing the same thing. So we switched to a plan B, spent a lot of time on the road and waiting in car parks and things. They've made it to Lightwater Country Park, which was probably a gooder place. In fact, more than a gooder place, it's actually a lovely place. So we all had a walk round there. Much larger. We only found out in recent years how large it is. And then they decided, oh yes, they saw these, oh yeah, silly. There was a suggested exercises you did as you made your walk round. Now at some point they decided they wanted to continue the walk up to the high point, which is High Curly. And Jim and I had made that trip. Our most memorable one was finding a geocache in, I think, 2001. And yes, the broom, I think it is, in flower. Now, I made it to the cafe, and so, no, they can continue their walk up to High Curly. I can see where I am, and also where they are, and relax, and had a chat with 1 or 2 people. And, yes, so, lovely sunshine, and then I saw them coming as they arrived, spent a little bit of time there. I think they had an ice cream or two, so made our way back, just a short distance back to the car. And yes, there's a little fun golf course there, I think, with a few interesting ornaments. So back from Lightwater towards Sunninghill, and yes, into Armitage Court, Number 22, there's the robot boat outside. So we come in and relaxed. June looks at her flowers. Oh look, that looks like orchids. And I check the tracker. Yes, that's all that driving around. Well, mostly waiting in queues along the main roads and into car parks that were all full. And that's where they went up to High Curly. That's on their tracker, or June's tracker. Yeah, come 5 to 5. So looking at the pond, looking at the water levels. Yeah, because in slower time one could look closer at the photos if one needed to. So it looks like that's dry at that time. But that was probably soon after it had been filled up. Or is that after? No, looking at that paint around the top, that's after it's been going down. Looks like they're off. Yes, Gary and Saskia are leaving. So there's that photo I took of both of us waving bye-bye. Looks like I listened to the Radio 4 news. Yeah, check a few things like that tracker. No, it's a servo tester on test. Recharge the battery that had gone flat, put the peanuts out. And yes, untidy games room. Peanuts at the front as well. They hadn't all been eaten, but I tapped up a few more. And the peanut feeder, they're certainly getting through those. I think that's a regular visit from the foxes. What spot checks I've done. Put the peanuts back in the usual place in the games room. Yes, very untidy. Right, they're watching tennis. Well, that's a change. And Samantha is making the evening dinner. Actually finding out how to make a pizza. Well, not exactly make one. Put one in the oven, I think. Yeah, so that's... I thought one of those would do me. So, go back into the naughty corner then. Time for stretch my legs in the evening and walk down into the village. And into the Comrades Club, enjoy my time there. And in fact, I did actually win the raffle, or one of the raffle. Celebration chocolates is what I chose. Look at the tracker. It said, when I said what was the last hour, or didn't show. Still, put it on charge. Time for bed. So that's the end of the photo trail. Monday the 31st of March 2025. Starting with a summary of the photos shot that day. Yes, it was mostly work on the pond, as it has been for, best part of 2. Decided I'd do work on the far end of the bridge, where it's hidden by those rafters. Now, turn the water on to test it, and of course you make a note, it takes about 3 hours to fill. And yeah, June's doing the washing. Didn't get Samantha out helping her doing that, to learn the ropes, but Samantha did make up some scrambled egg on toast with smoked salmon for Robin. Yes, so she's gradually learning things. Yes, when I went down next door, yeah, water's still coming under the fence, and it's as bad as it has been for years. At the end of the day, it's, yeah. And of course the next day, when I'm recording this, was the 1st of April, and so I updated the website, ready for that, and back end, having some lasagna that June's rustled up. Oh yes, the peanuts arrived, and they were sent to the wrong house. David, our neighbour round the corner, he kindly came,
closed circuit TV, and then I went out, of course, and just moving a yard or two away. So, time for bed. That's the end of the summary. Now into the photos and the order shot. Yes, temperature coming up, look like 13 degrees centigrade there. It's been a case of grabbing the chance while the weather's good for that work on the pond, and no luck at all so far. Need more than luck. So I thought, yes, need to saw those planks to get to them. So a case of going and getting the tools from where they're kept, which is the chainsaw, and shut the garage door afterwards. Well, it's a shed down the end. And then the extension power lead from the side of the workshop area, and so I've got all the right tools there, and it's a fairly simple case, being careful not to hit the aluminium ladder underneath, which is where most of the strength is. And then of course when you remove it, oh yes, he said put things back in the right place. Yes, shut the door in the shed after putting the chainsaw away. Yeah, you can see the time, 11:30 there. Sun was out, so I used the opportunity to get a few snaps of the positions on the sundials. And yeah, so after probably the best part of a year, I can say, is there a pattern to it? Right, and yes, that's where the power plugs in, but put it back in the right place, so that extension power cable goes back in the right place. Rescue those slugs that had made a little hideaway under the bridge at that end, and all that expanded, that was the no nonsense expanding foam, I think, that I squirted in there, put that where it belongs in the dustbin, the grey dustbin. And yeah, whenever it was, probably last year, I thought, that might fix the problem, because of course that could be applied without me seeing exactly what was going on, and that may not have been a good thing. So gradually clearing the space there, but then I see other spots that look suspect. That looks like definitely a gathering of milky whatever. Oh, another slug to rescue, and still removing bits of foam, and then mixture of PVA and cement and water. Yes, the last trip the stuff hadn't been moved around the back. Yeah, it's hard work, it is. Well, it is for an old man. So yes, 12:15. Right, so it looks as though I've just turned the tap on, so we're now filling up the pond, which normally takes about 3 hours to completely fill. And then of course, so you can see at that time, which is obviously a little while later, and yeah, relaxing, 1:15 in the afternoon. It takes time from when the water's full up. There, just turned it off, so it was clearly overflowing as it should do, and running down the stream into the second pond. And of course you can see that green paint, which has been done on earlier days, marking that area of where it drops from its high point to typically 2 inches below. So far it seems to drop 3 inches altogether overnight, but an inch in the first hour and probably a second inch in the second hour. Right, they're relaxing. Yeah, it's just a record of things. Temperature, yeah, up to 15 degrees centigrade. 1:45. Yeah, as you see, it's dropped already. Yeah, that's probably about an inch. Alright, so yeah, I could see a hole there. So yeah, put some more cement in again. June's putting the washing out. Samantha's relaxing just for a change. Yes, should learn how to do things from her mum more. Right, that was a simple practical solution of putting the wood back, because when you look at the what's supporting it, it was effectively the rungs of the ladder. If it's in slower time, something else can be done. So that looks like about an inch below there. Oh, Samantha's rustling up scrambled egg on toast with smoked salmon for Daddy, and I can relax in the naughty corner and she brings it in, so enjoy my lunch looking at the closed circuit TV live, things like pussycats walking around. Then I go out. Yeah, so yeah, it has dropped. Yeah, so there it is coming through next door. And in fact Kevin was there when I went round and invited me in so I could get some close-ups of it, including he pointed out how bad it is. It's been like that for a long time, and many years ago I thought I'd try and solve the problem rather at source as the way it needs to be done, where it's coming out of the pond, by sort of lifting slabs, and that was a lot of work and no good result. So back into my garden now, and what do we see now? Yeah, coming up to, yeah, had a bit of a doze for a little while, woke up, didn't have very long, 4:15, and yeah, so looking around the pond, looking at other places where it might come out. But chatting with Kevin reminded me that there is something which might solve Kevin and Dawn's immediate problem, which is, you'll see the photos in a moment. Yes, that route there, which it certainly gets wet. If that was made more of a deeper trench, I remember many years ago, well, probably a couple of years ago, I got in there with a hoe, but it was very difficult work, certainly for an old man, and probably rhododendron roots needed to be chopped, so really hard work. But of course if there's a trench going out there, that would at least make sure it flows down their garden rather than next door. Yeah, so that's siphoning, sorry, that is the bilge pump getting the last little bit of water out, or most of the last water out. Same place, down into the second pond. Everything's growing nicely. And then of course that overflows down into the third pond, or the bog garden reservoir. And then looking at the garden, including the second pond, you can hear the frogs and toads there, so it looks as though the wildlife has found an alternative while I'm working on the top pond. That's the Gunra manticata you saw a moment ago. And right, that's the bilge pump, pretty well done its job, as much as it can do. And of course I thought, right, that cartoon page that's got the information, and I was making mistakes, you stupid boy. I made several mistakes, really basic things like what day of the week, and of course it's not the same from one year, like 2024, and this year 2025. I listen to the Radio 4 news and make sure I've got corrections done, and then I thought, well, on about it, I'll update the homepage. After all, it is April the 1st in Australia and a few other countries not long after, including India, before we are. And of course traditionally, right, that looks like June's rustled up lasagna. I put the peanuts out. on the top pond bridge, and the bird feeder near the flatulent fairy, and the feeder there. Quite a few peanuts go, and that's been delivered. Now, as it happens, so you'll see that in a bit more detail. Yeah, that's battery on charge for the test rig testing a servo to death. Right, those peanuts. Now, closed circuit TV showed David delivering them. Yeah, used the right tools for the job, the wheelbarrow, and then used his smartphone, looks like it, so he was doing it in the usual professional way. And don't think he's changed his job. Yeah, so I was able to go out then and shuffle them over. And of course Tony took an interest in what I was doing. So, yeah, back end of the day, they're watching TV, time for bed, so that's the end of the photo trail. I warned you the photo trails will be long and boring. We're going to now go into material that was shot a year or two back, but I'll go this way through the very untidy games room. Yes, that's even untidier than it has been for a long time, because the priority work has been on the pond. That's my excuse. Yeah, robot boat related stuff. Yes, that's on test. Lots of stuff. And of course, I've said it before, a lot of these photo trails are to do with the specific information to guys that might be able to help us. Right, so I'm going to run into that old earlier material on the subject of global warming and the prophetic words of James Lovelock, and then my suggestions about the DVLA, UK Driver Vehicle Licensing Agency. There'll be a few smiles amongst that. Right, so yes, that's the important Renoir. Here's this little horrible camera that I'm afraid I don't have anything better for this process. So that earlier material started from about here. Now, what I put on the screen, because global warming is in itself, it's something that's been on my grumpy page for years. The remarkable James Lovelock, who passed away on the 26th of July, his 103rd birthday. I'll read out what this says here. This has been on the grumpy page for years, not long after the publication of his book, Revenge of Gaia. We can't stop global warming, but we may delay it by a few decades to give us time to prepare for its effects. Vast areas of the world, including as close as continental Europe, becoming arid desert, shrinking of habitable areas of the planet to much smaller parts of the planet, closer to the poles. The Earth will then only be able to support a small fraction of its present population, and there will be a need for massive migration. Places like the UK will remain temperate a little longer, so be an attractive destination. We need all world governments to cooperate to prepare for this inevitability. Also to agree things like reduce use of fossil fuels to give us a few more decades to prepare. And then it goes on. The above is not a quote, but how I remember what James Lovelock said in his book, The Revenge of Gaia, etc. That's been unchanged on my site for years. And right, well, the other thing I should mention, yes, retired happy and spending that kid's inheritance, is for some time now I've not been able to drive due to, well, several mistakes at the DVLA. And what I will say is that I have new evidence of what happened inside the DVLA, which I won't publish yet, because I'm still waiting for the reply to the letter which was delivered by recorded delivery to the head of the DVLA and also other people. So I'll put in at the end of this long video the video that's gone up me talking about the DVLA, and basically in summary it says I don't want anybody to get into trouble, and that is definitely the case, and resigning is too easy. Problems need to be fixed. But quite honestly, that is a minor thing compared with all the other things that are going on in the world, not least wars, and of course what's in the background and very important is global warming. So let's run into that. Back in 2012.
We've seen the launch of a transatlantic sailing attempt this morning in a model boat. Retired NATO scientist Robin Lovelock launched his Snoop Loop from Barton-on-Sea towards the Bahamas. It's already been tested over 5,000 miles on a lake in Berkshire. The model will be steered and tracked through a satellite system and by Snoopy, of course, and it should make the crossing in 6 months, if it survives, that is.
The most important thing of the lot, of course, is Snoopy the Viking, the skipper. I don't think he'd make it otherwise. We've also got another bit and piece here. This is a GPS logger that logs the position every 15 minutes.
That was back in 2012. The guy that put this material together, including the live broadcast and what went up on the BBC website, is Ben Moore.
I just worried for Snoopy. Sport now and Hampshire.
Right, on to the next topic. Right. Now, I'm going to do this all in one take. All unrehearsed and unscripted, so sorry about that. What I'd like to happen, if anybody picks up on the DVLA story, is, as I say, nobody getting into trouble, and that's a genuine request, but when they find flaws in procedures where they don't cover certain things, be good if those are fixed. What I think would be useful for anybody looking at the DVLA and perhaps helping them is, first of all, their organisation chart showing the structure. Yes, it's well known who the head of the DVLA, remarkable woman, looking at her CV, and relevant to this story is the head of the health part. But it would be very useful to see, even if names aren't attached, obviously the names can be attached where they're public already, is how many people in each branch, how many people are reporting to how many. So a simple tree would help. I suggest that first of all. Then, perhaps even more important, is how many people working for the DVLA, even if you don't identify the individuals, are salaried by the DVLA excuse me, directly, as opposed to contracted through an agency or a business. That is very important, and we've seen what's been happening in places like the NHS for years. So that comes into the equation in terms of whether money is well spent, and of course the DVLA collects a lot of money, and there are probably other things as well, but as a starting point, I'd hope anybody that responds to this, I can't afford to get overloaded, we've got other things to do, many other things to do, and we'll be taking a holiday, that'll be public, yes. I'm tracked everywhere by different things, and in fact, if anybody's paranoid about it, anybody who's tracking somebody or looking at somebody's probably seen already. But at the end of the day, there's me wittering on, which is one of my main weaknesses since I was a little child. That's why if you put things up, clearly be careful what you put up, and often it can do some good. I'm now in the kitchen, and June's rustling up some food in the microwave for Samantha, and here's Samantha, and of course there's tennis on the television, just for a change. So, oh yes, point out, holidays in we're going off to Sicily again soon, and into the hall. Yes, nice expensive paintings here. Yep, expensive little pocket camera.
not expensive. And through into the lounge and out to wrap up this video by saying, look after yourselves, stay safe and enjoy what days we have.